Hey everybody. I'm so glad I was able to get here at 9 o'clock, whether people come or not. If you catch it on the replay, I appreciate you stopping by. Um, AKA chocolate. We're gonna get into a few things that's on my mind. Share a few things that's going on as well. Chocolate Earth Space. But tonight, I just want to see, what we can do. Let's talk about some stuff. Um, You might catch a little sarcasm in the title. Yeah, that would be very true. So I do hope that you know we can have some conversations. I pinned it to the top message board. Come on up, let's talk about some things. Um, we are going to talk about our boys, our men, our women, um, our girls, our elderly, all the communities. Let's have that conversation. So, no hate here tonight. I ain't on that. I just want to talk about solutions. Um, I am proud to have finished. We're adding to, but it is finished, ready to go. You could go to our website, chocolateearthfoundation.org. I have finished 10 coloring books that I think people could enjoy, adults and kids. The money goes towards still getting these greenhouses up before the end of spring so that we could at least harvest by winter, right? Well, fall, truly. So yeah, that's why I got on here tonight. We had started a conversation, some me and the ladies, so I hope they come back through. Hey, Amma, what's up, girl? Hit the link. Come on up, girl. Let's chop it up. I got things on my mind, child. No hating here, squirrel. I'm trying to get some stuff done. I want to change the world, you know? And I think a lot of us do. I don't want to argue with you. I don't care. That's why I said let's hear it for the boys. Whatever you want to do, gentlemen, in this space, by all means. I just want to see what can we do to make this work. There's a problem in our community. There's a huge problems in our community that can be worked on, you know? So um, back to what I was saying. So I finally finished the first 10 coloring books. It'll be in a series of coloring books that I'm truly proud of. Um, the last two, surprisingly, the hardest coloring pages were to find were males, boys. Hey, Bougie. Hey, thank you for coming back. Thank you so much for coming back. Um, so I want to really kind of, I've had to hold on to a lot of stuff because I've been kind of busy. Um, so now I'm ready to share, what's going on. Um, there were a lot of personal and not personal things going on. You try to juggle both, but let's be real, they're all personal because it's my business. Which part should I take that personal? My health, my life, my choices, the people I hang around, all of that. So please let me know if I sound okay, if I'm sounding muffled. Please let me know. Feel free. Um, so I'm not sure. Well, I'm just gonna go for it. If you've seen it, definitely. I'm a news junkie, so that was another huge thing I wanted to kind of go around this go round. Oh, who is on the list here? Big Mama, what's up? Come on, add you to the stream, sis.
What's up?
Hotep, what? How you doing?
I'm all right.
You
Just been
sound
hanging around.
frustrated.
No, just hanging around the house.
Okay.
Just been, kind of just laying around.
Okay,
Um,
that's okay. Maybe your body needed that rest.
yeah. Oh yeah.
Serpent, hey, welcome, babe.
Serpent!
Oh, I was just thinking about you. That's so funny.
Oh my
But
gosh, I haven't seen him.
I know. I go through, go through my subscriptions and kind of see if people are on or if they put a new video out. I'll be stalking. But I'm glad to see you in. Thank you for coming in. If you want to hit the link, you're more than welcome. I don't plan to go anywhere anytime soon. I've kind of sketched this time out because I haven't really had like could focus in on doing a live. You know what I mean? That makes
Mm-hmm.
sense.
Yeah, oh yeah,
Because
definitely.
I have so many things that I have um kind of dipped my toes in over the last few months. Excuse me, I think we have a guest in the back. Hold on.
Okay.
Yes, what's up, Serpent? Welcome.
What's good, chocolate? What's good, Elma? How you guys been? Can y'all
Oh,
hear
Uh,
me?
yeah,
yep.
we can hear you good. Yeah.
I bet. Long time no see, y'all. I miss y'all, man. Hope y'all
Man,
doing
I
well.
know. You too. How are you?
Mm.
I've been grinding really hard. I'm gonna be up here for about a few minutes and stuff because I got work tomorrow and shit. But I've been
Okay.
grinding.
Well, we'll take a little bit. Hey,
Yeah.
you giving us a little bit of your time. We'll take that. Nobody
I
greedy
bet.
here.
I hope y'all ladies doing well though in your personal life.
Sexy toy lady. Yeah, you know what? I will say this. For what I'm going through, I'm okay. I'm here. I'm alive. I'm still able to keep pushing. Is it my ideal situation right now at the very moment? No, but I'm gonna keep it pushing. You know,
Hmm.
that's the part. This is what drives me. That's why I was like, this is like. How do I put this? This me being on YouTube. I know some people go, "Oh, you have a persona." I don't because I don't have time. Right? Um, what I want to do is be as authentic as I can so that I meet other authentic people. But I find sometimes that when you run into a person who's pretending to be authentic, you seem to rub them the wrong way. That makes
Mm.
sense.
Yeah,
So I've
definitely.
been, really kind of changing who I'm around, who I'm talking to, what's going on, because I don't want no toxicity. I really am working towards something that every day I hear is necessary. So back to that. So I welcome you guys both up here. Hey Kenneth, thank you for coming. I appreciate you.
What's good, everybody in the chat?
Um, I have been following the news closely due to the fact that I'm seeing how, like for instance, land is changing, the cost is going down, which means then my land should go down. So that's you know what I mean. That's a plus. But I just finished what I was saying earlier was I just finished 10 coloring books that now you can download on like PDF as well as order the book. Um, and I got it to the place where, I control that whole setup, which is really great. I see inventory, things like that. Because I'm creating two more books for, for Black children. And so it's based off my nephews. And it's the adventures the adventures of Geo and Lolo. So those are my nephews. Because when I think about this, when I think about Chocolate Earth, when I think about my foundation, when I think about the push and the grind, and when I think or feel like, people are shitting on what I'm doing or saying or trying to accomplish, and sometimes that gets heavy. However, what I do appreciate coming out on the other side of that is um, it lets me know that I'm following truthfully what I'm doing because I'm I let that go. You see what I'm saying? I'm still busting my ass regardless. So yeah, but I want to branch out. I want to show other sides of Chocolate Earth, but first and foremost, I just want to get these greenhouses going so we can start growing food. Um, they're trying to change the whole economic landscape because you got some wobbly stuff going on in the background. Speaking to the banks, if you have your money in a large bank like um oh, what is it, Chase, Wells Fargo, um go to a smaller bank. Get your money out of the big banks and put them into like a credit union or a smaller bank, because just last week a whole bank went bankrupt.
Oh wow. Well, congratulations on the things that you're doing, though.
Oh, thank you, Serpent. I
You're welcome.
really, I appreciate everybody's positivity is what pushed me through. Do you understand? Like I was able to go back and kind of flip through the things that I've heard positive. And these are the things that I try to share with my brother and tell him I work through it every day as well, because even though we're voices on YouTube, there is an emotional charge that comes with this, right? Whether it's behind an avatar, you know I'm a human being behind this avatar.
Of course.
So
Yeah.
so the things I may say may or may not affect you. We see it all the time, but yet we play this game as though we have no power. You see what I mean? Like, don't blame me for what I say, and don't blame me for how you react. Don't blame me if I'm triggering you. Do you know what I mean? Like if we are so concerned about what we say to each other and we go, oh well, this is not real life. Oh, it's a part of your life. It is real life. Like what, there is no separation here. I've just been sitting and kind of taking notes on listening to the different conversations on here, and a lot of it is this circular knowledge. Like, oh well, no, because no, the truth is this: we judge each other. It's just levels of judging.
So
Go ahead. I'm sorry, baby.
can I add something to the conversation?
Sure, jump in. That's what I was saying. Jump in. Y'all don't have
Okay.
to wait till I
All
finish.
right. So um my thing is I'm a firm believer that the power of the tongue brings life and death. And a lot of
Mm-hmm.
people don't know that type of power that they, if only people knew what type of power of their tongue can
Mm-hmm.
cut. We live in American culture that, like, you got a lot of people are very delusional, and they
Mm-hmm.
will say words do not cut, but words does cut.
Of
You feel me?
course. Mm-hmm.
So, like I said, like, the power of the tongue brings life and death. You can speak life to yourself, or you can speak death to yourself, or you can speak
Mm-hmm.
life and death to anybody around you. You get what I'm saying?
Exactly. Yeah.
It's really that powerful too.
Mm-hmm.
Too. Um, when you mentioned authenticity earlier, which is funny because my cousin came by not too long ago, like about a week or two. Um,
Mm-hmm.
we was talking about, you know, we was talking about a certain conversation about, about people being real or fake. And I told
Right.
my cousin that it gotta be in you, not on you. Because,
Mm-hmm. Okay.
a lot of people out here in the real world, there's too many in you. So when they go through adversities, people are not mad, especially in our culture, people ain't not mad because of their adversity. They're mad because adversity has revealed their character. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, of course. That's what I said. I
Yeah.
agree with you completely. It's like when you are, I was on a panel the other night with a
Hmm.
couple ladies, and please feel free to jump in. I don't
Okay.
do, like, I don't do that. You know me. I want to have a conversation. It's not about ego for me. So if I need to, we need to calm down, we'll calm down. We're adults. So please don't,
Yep.
because I'll run with a thought. So please jump in.
Okay.
But to your point, it's like these are the things that I have been really working through to be, try to be a better person, try to move in a better direction. I know it's not popular to be positive. I know that. I got you. Because people feel like, oh, you must live in la la land, as I've been told many times. And I'm speaking to this space. It Have I been told I wasn't good enough in my face? Yes, I've had that happen as well. So you go through life trying to be something that someone else wants. But when it comes to the truth, they don't even know what they want. So then we end up all playing this game where we're trying to please a person that don't even know themselves. From a
I'm glad you said
CEO
that. Mm-hmm.
down to your parents. You know what I mean? And no disrespect to anybody. But it's like I'm not gonna sit here and lie and say my parents were perfect because they weren't. They did things that were not okay. Different degrees. My mom was on a different level than my father was. And that's how we do it. Hey Nina, welcome.
What's up, Nina?
And
Mm-hmm.
so, like for instance, when you were talking about that, our community has a hard time with that when we talk about the traumatic things that parents have done to add to why we are the way we are. There's many layers to why people in our community feel the way that they do. Number one, if we talk about it on a business aspect, it's because of no trust. How do you
Mm-hmm.
gain trust when every time you turn around, when you reach a certain plateau, they change the rules on you?
Mm.
Okay, I can't believe you got here, so damn, we're gonna change it again. And it's not for any purpose, right? Like, what exactly does it serve to make someone suffer for your amusement, other than your pleasure in being the oppressor? And that's what's happening right now. We are in a very the reason why we're easily triggered to the place where we're saying submissive and we need this and we need that is because we feel out of control. We feel like we have no say in what is happening currently in our country, in our lives, really. We just try to keep our heads down and keep it pushing. And I think that is why I was on another panel and I didn't even know this. It says 79% of Black people are represent themselves as Christian. That's huge.
Man, you
So,
saying some real shit though.
like
I'm sorry.
I
No,
said,
I'm sorry.
no, please jump in because I'm
Cause
gonna tell you, I've had all this bottled up. So now it's like
no, I
I'm
feel
ready
you.
to
No,
get it,
I feel
right?
this. No, I
So
feel you because
yeah,
I could definitely relate what you're saying because I don't consider myself religious, any type of thing. You know, I don't even believe. To be honest with you, this is my personal belief. I
yeah.
feel like Christianity really destroyed a lot of Black families. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
And
you know what?
you know, some
Yeah.
people
I
may
have to.
disagree, but
No, no, I have to agree with you. Go ahead, go ahead, Alma,
because
please.
yeah, because you know, I had seen too many broken home in our community. You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? Thank God. I thank God. You know, I wasn't raised under religion. You get what I'm saying? So like, thank
Right.
God. You know, I even bless that to God for real. I'm just gonna be honest with you. You know
Hmm.
what I'm saying?
But I mean, I
But
guess it's it to you what you saying. See, it's like because it's been tainted, there's always confusion,
yeah,
right?
always. Oh yes, yeah. Like I seen too many chaos and confusion. Like it's a lot.
Hmm.
And plus, like I hate that a lot of people. Remember you was talking about judgment earlier.
Yeah.
Um,
Hmm.
I hate how in our culture we condemn one another, criticize one another, whatever lifestyle we in. You get what I'm saying?
I got what you're saying. You
Yeah,
still ain't never better than me.
yeah, exactly. Like for me,
You know what I'm
I don't.
saying?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
You
Like for
ain't
me,
special.
yeah, right, right, right. Yeah, I feel you. Like I feel the same way.
Right.
Like
Right.
just like, or just say, you know, me, you both got the same skin till we light skin. You got
Right. Right.
people in our culture say we better than just because we light skin. Like we be looking like we're looking at them like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like we
I'm
don't even
out
think
here
like that.
grinding right next to you.
Right, that's what
Right.
I'm saying. Like
But you
yeah,
know
like
what,
you know,
Serpent? I have to
yeah,
pause you right there because what is that? It's just a replication of the racism that we have.
right, yeah. I absolutely
That's
agree
it.
with
It's like it's now classism, uh, sexism, classism, all of those isms have been around since people started, going, I'm better than you and you're weaker over here, whatever, putting people in line, right?
you. Do you feel like they've been around since beginning of time
Oh
before all this?
yes.
That
Oh
yeah.
yes.
Okay.
If you're telling me that, if
Mm-hmm.
okay, I put it this way. Look at human evolution, right? When we were kids and I don't know if you've ever watched them, but I remember the Jetsons still was coming on, right? And then reruns of the Jetsons.
Jensen.
Right. Well, the reason I bring it up is because these cartoons was made in the 50s, right? And so they figured that in the 1900s and 1999 and I, we was going to be flying around, on in this,
Yeah,
we
they
so
did.
smart,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
But the
Hmm.
truth is all of this is made up imagination. This is, let me sit up and create something, and I'm in a position that I can promote it in such a level that it is going to overshadow anything of rational thought. Let me keep your mind busy doing something else so that I can distract you from the fact that this is a magic show. It's like the Wiz.
I like what you're saying. I love that because it just seemed like nowadays. Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. I'm past.
No, no,
Yeah,
please,
I
please.
love
Can we
I
have
love what
hold
you're
on real
saying
quick? Let
because
me hold on, Serpent. Let me give everybody the rules. As long as we respectfully hop in and out, that is a conversation. Other than that, if it's let me get my point across first, that's a debate, and I'm not debating anybody. Let's
okay, cool.
have a conversation. So don't feel like you have to, go
Now
through
you
all
know
of
me.
that.
I don't debate. I just have a conversation.
Right. Let's
I
just
mean,
have a conversation. That's what I said. I'm a please jump in whenever you
yeah,
want to.
yeah. Like, well, I actually agree with you. I love the fact how you put it metaphorically, because that's what you. Because I will say it
That,
like this. I'm gonna speak my mind. Like,
please.
like a lot of people are not tuned in reality. They live in a la la land. So
Mm,
they have this fantasy world. They create this illusion, but the
right.
society teaches you to be in this illusion because they don't
Exactly.
want you to be in reality. Like that's
Right.
why a lot of people, I noticed that in our culture, a lot of people don't want to set reality for what it is. That's really effective to the average person inside the matrix. You get what I'm saying? Because I
Right,
ain't escaped the
exactly.
matrix. You know what I'm saying? I already know that we live in this matrix within society. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
That's
it's an
why.
experiment.
Yeah,
See, a
it's
lot of people
experiment. Yeah,
don't
you
realize
read
they
my
used
mind.
to
Yeah.
call America the big experiment. Because we are the youngest, we are one of the youngest countries across the world.
Oh
We
yeah.
haven't been around that long. And so I'll say this. What I think cripples us, and still to this day, is that we don't allow ourselves to be survivors, victims, and also know that we've triumphed and we can collectively keep triumphing if we put this other bullshit down. If we stop trying to label each situation so severely, like it's like, let me ask you a question. Y'all eat pizza, right?
I used to back in the day, now more. But
Listen,
yeah.
I will fuck up some pizza. Anyway, um, why would you? It's like slicing up the pepperonis already.
Hmm.
They're still fucking pepperonis, right? Like,
Yeah.
stop this. So we have all of these different sections of black people, and I'm going to stay in the lane of being on the YouTube streets for this amount of time. It is no different, to be real. You still got your same petty arguments. You got people coming for other people. You have people doing things to other people for clout, telling people's business for clout, talking crazy about each other for clout, money, ads, whatever it may be. It is no different than somebody snitching on you on the street
Oh yeah. I also.
or
Yep.
you
Yeah.
watching TV. It's the same setup. We just now see that some of the stories that have been made up over the years, and you were like, man, no, ain't no way nobody would do that. Because as a human being, you think that people should, the majority of us should think the same way. However, we know that's not true.
The one thing that really bothers me, sis, the most, I hate how our own people do this shit because I hardly see it with other cultures do this shit. I hate how everybody like to box us in our culture. And I hate the labeling, and I hate how, like, for example, you got black people in our culture be like, we all live in the same household and shit. Like, we all
Mm-hmm.
raised the same. No, we wasn't. Like, no, like just because I live one way or you because you live one way doesn't mean we all relatable here. We all got different. Not
Yeah.
all of us. Not all
Let's
of us got big
try. We'll
families like
see
that. Yeah,
what it
you know.
is. Here's something that when we break it down on a psychological level, which again is something that, we are now just on the precipice of actually understanding that it is okay to step out of the norm. You can safely, in your mind, be as free as you want to be.
Yeah.
But when you continue to follow someone else's lead now don't get me wrong, we're going to always follow somebody because there's always going to be somebody ahead of us or has done something else before us. And that's okay, right? My issue is this: when we discuss those types of things, it's this: I don't want to help you and you need to help yourself, but I don't want to look at the fact that there's a reason why people are in the positions that there are. This experiment is gone horribly wrong when you have 36 million out of 330 million going hungry every night in one of the richest countries in the world.
Mm-hmm.
Why is this? Because somebody didn't plan properly. And so when you look at it from the simplicity of it, it comes down to this: we all know that this is made up. This is all made up. There's no come out the sky doctrine. You're not going to tell. Human beings are why we are where we are. And it's going to take human beings to change where we go. And that's what I believe. And I believe that it's internal. I believe that we have an energy. Those type of people connect. We want to see and do better. We connect with the earth. As I'm a person that is also, let me take my shoes off and put my feet in the grass or in the sand or in the dirt. I don't mind a worm between my toes. I can
No.
pick up and
Mm-hmm.
fish. You know what I'm saying? Because
No,
the
I
earth
can see you.
gives
Yeah.
you everything that you need.
Of course.
Everything that you need.
Yeah. Nature provides that. I mean, it's the same thing. Like, okay, remember you said about everybody, about like you gonna be followed by everybody. Like me, for me, I'm a little iffy in my end. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you, like, cause I'm gonna be honest with you from my part. I don't even trust a lot of niggas out here like that.
Of course.
And I'm gonna tell you why. Like, let me just break it down to you like this.
Sure.
Remember we talked about real and fake, right? I hate. See me, I don't co-sign a lot of man's ego because I watch a lot of crime shows. I watch a lot of serial killer shows, and I pay attention to psychology of these predators, how they think, what they move, how they operate. Even in real life, I observe people's behaviors and their mindset. You feel me? So,
yes.
But the thing is, that's very necessary, and I suggest all women should do that too. Now, let me break it down. How can you tell me if you real? A dude, right? A dude telling me he's real. Like I told my cousin, if a nigga tell you he's real, he's not real. He be the fakest person in the world. Anybody can tell you that. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. But that's
Like
what
everybody can
you
say.
prove
Look,
my point. Anybody can say anything, right?
Yeah, anybody can say it. Like anybody can say they're against until a real gangster walk in the room. You know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna break it down like this: like a dude can sit here tell me, because I have a gift of discernment. I see this bullshit all the time. A dude gets quote unquote say he real with me, but he does foul shit to his woman. To me, I can't co-sign that. You gotta be
How
real.
is that real? The fact
That's
that
not
you
real.
don't
Like,
even respect another human being, and it's
right. That's why I'm saying you gotta be real all across the board, or you
but
fake.
being real
But
is
you got dudes out there with co-sign each other's ego. Like just not too long ago, sis. I just got my life threatened not too long ago on this panel, man. Not too long ago.
Oh no, I'm sorry to hear that. What?
No. Like dude came at me sideways, he was asking me about a scenario about
Hold on real quick, Serpent. Hey, Liberated Soul Rebel, thank you for coming in. Thank you. Go ahead.
What's up, little Brady? So dude's giving me a scenario, right? About a club. And let's say me, you go in a club, right? Any club, wherever we at. And he's gonna test me to see what type of man I am, but he's gonna do it indirectly. So he's gonna send a barber buy you a random drink, right? You don't know this, man. Me and you both don't know this, man. We don't know where this drink coming from. Me and my mom, I already know how the environment of the club is. I know there's predators in
Oh
here.
my goodness.
I already know how this go. So you know what I'm saying. But in my mind, they say you was my woman. They said a random drink come in our way, right? A random drink. We don't know who the fuck this coming from. You don't know who.
Mm-hmm.
You feel me? Now in my mind, I'm thinking really deep. I said, hold on, somebody
I'm
trying to
thinking
drag my
I'm not
boy.
drinking that.
No, no, hell no. You ain't drink that shit. No. I'm just saying
Right.
that
Ain't
could be
nobody drinking
poison.
that.
Yeah, that could be poison. People trying to set you up, get you killed, rape and shit. Nah, you know what I'm saying? But
Exactly.
dude felt some type of way and told me like, yeah, if I found out that was you doing that shit to me, to my girl, nigga, it's on site. We gonna fight.
Oh
You know what the
Lord.
nigga, you know what the dude told me? He said he gonna
Mm.
smack me with a bottle. I'm like, really? And he said he gonna tag me indirectly. Like,
What? What?
like
What?
it just didn't make no sense to me. I'm like, man,
Why would
but
you
I was
have
like,
to resort to? Well, I have serpent. You know what I
no,
gotta
you good.
say?
You know, it's okay. Look, it's just a conversation. I'm good.
No, no, no. I'm saying to you, the sad part about it is the reason why it resorts so quickly to wanting to physically hurt you or physically hurt someone is because they have an inability or choose to keep that inability to communicate. They don't know what else to say, so it's the emotion that they feel. Instead of saying it with words, they ready to take it out on you with their hands and fists. And so it's like, when that part of it, these are the conversations I look forward to, like that we have more of that. Let's look at that psychological side of it.
Yeah.
Why
Mhm.
can't you communicate and say, hey man, I felt disrespected, I felt blah 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 blah, I would rather you not do that, or come at it in a way that makes sense and is logical and gets the point across, because we always holler and we grown, but to me I just think we're large children, because it's like we even as adults we out here wilding.
Yeah, we are. Like, I actually glad you said that because, see, here's the thing, though. The lady in the chat asked how that conversation started. The conversation was about ego, a male ego. That's how shit went south. I was the one who underestimated the male ego because I found it weak for a dude to operate out of his ego. I understand most men don't have the self-control that I have or have conquered themselves, mind, body, and soul. You feel me? It's not, let alone they don't even have the discipline to control the urges, the sexual urges. You feel me? And top of that, they don't even have the discipline to sexually resist a woman. So I already have this back in my mind, like how niggas operate. The thing is, the nigga kind of felt some type of way about the male ego, the way I said it. You feel me? So he gave me a scenario like, oh, what if I do this to you? What you gonna do? Like, nigga, I told a nigga, like, it's gonna be on site, nigga, because you trying to rape my woman, molest my woman, or poison my girl. Like, you trying to give her a random ass drink that you this potentially could get her killed. You know what I'm saying? I'm not even thinking about you, you know what I'm saying, like having a sexual attraction to my woman, because
I
anybody
got
gonna
what
look,
you said.
you get what
Yeah.
I'm saying? Anybody gonna look, man, woman gonna look, man gonna look. What the fuck? It's out of my
Well,
control.
you know what?
But
I just introduced my brother. I don't know about anybody else, but I'm a huge Stephen King fan. And I love Stephen King. So I there's a movie called Misery, and we had watched a clip. It was from a conversation we were having, and I said, "Let me show you this." And so my brother was like, "Yeah, let's watch it." So I was like, "Cool, we down." This movie's old. It's like came out in 1990. Oh, excuse me, y'all. I'm sorry.
no, you good.
Um,
No.
and
Mm-hmm.
so basically, the concept of the movie is this: what we were talking about was how you never know what a person is truly thinking. It's a combination of things. It's a combination of your feeling of vibe, what your mental say, what your body telling you. Is this a person that you should be dealing with? And like I said, whether or not anyone, we can poo-poo it off or pretend like that's not the case, but there's a lot of things that people want to pretend like that don't happen. I'm a voice, yes, but I'm also a human being behind this avatar. If I choose to start picking on Amma, or if I start making rumors about you, you guys are human beings. it's going to affect you because someone's going to come back and say, did you hear what Chocolate said? Or blah, 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 blah. We see it all the time.
Oh yeah, I definitely see. Here's the thing: we see that all the time. Like, see, you said it earlier about the psychology behind it. Like, remember I was saying about predators. Like, you got the thing is, I hardly hear people in these spaces talk about these issues. You get what I'm saying? Um,
Well, we're
it's like
talking about it
it's like
now. And that's why I
like
was
I'm glad we talking
saying
about it. I'm
it
glad we
took me
talking
a
about it.
minute. Yeah, I want to get the conversation going. So, yes, Serpent, I'm glad. I'm glad
No,
that.
no, like I'm glad we talking about it because I think it's very necessary to talk about because it seemed like everybody um on these streets, on these YouTube streets, don't want to talk about the mere truth, the roots of a lot of things. You feel me? Like they just run away from it and create this delusional bullshit. You feel me? And
Well,
to me,
because they feel like they can't get out of it.
right.
It's like what I hear a lot, especially on these spaces, is well, the reasoning for a particular problem has no true merit. Like there's no true solution, as to it's just a lot of rhetoric, right? It's this, well, I'm going to blame it on black women. I'm going to blame it on this. Now, that to me, the way that it's set up, just strictly speaking to YouTube and well, just social media, period, is when I hear these particular type of men saying the particular things they're saying, I find it interesting that if you feel this way, why do you have to broadcast it? If you are this unhappy, why do you have to broadcast it? But however, if I in return say, maybe you need to work on yourself, I become the enemy.
I actually glad you said that. The thing is, here's my issue at with that specifically.
Hey, sister.
What's up, everybody in chat? What's up, sister? Here's my issue with that. See me, I'm gonna break it down like this. Um, a lot of dudes don't like take accountability. They say they do, but you never had a dude that projecting.
Yes, baby.
Like
Oh, honey, yeah.
you know how dudes always say they telling you the truth, but you could tell they're projecting the truth.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? But they're not telling the truth.
Yes. Oh,
But
honey,
yeah,
yes.
like
I have experience
yeah, of
with,
course. So like where I'm
yeah.
going with that. So
Oh,
like me
yeah.
personally, I know new dudes be lying. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I hate being on panels with dudes. That's why I don't be around no more like that because I know how these niggas think inside
Well,
out.
see,
You know
that's
what
the
I'm saying?
thing. We cannot continue to keep running from one another. Because
Right.
it's like if we playing football, no, hear me out real quick.
Yeah.
If we playing football, do you think? And I'm gonna ask you. I want you to answer, and anybody in chat answer.
Okay.
Um, do you feel like rehabilitation within our community is necessary, or is it a lost cause? There y'all go. I'm mute up.
I was gonna comment on what you said earlier about when you when we have these type of talks and you were talking about when you tell people you get pushback when you say that people need to work on themselves. And yes, I do think we need rehabilitation. I think it's necessary, and I think when I used to hear that, like, work on yourself, you're like, we when you say that, people might not know how to take it. But I started taking it and like you said, literally working on myself, because some people, they're so focused on other things, or they want to do things for other people, or they've got a whole bunch of stuff going on, and they don't really like realize what it means to work on themselves. um, you can find a new job, you can do all that other stuff too, but then also sometimes you have to take time to, like, some people, they do prayer, meditation, different stuff, but all that stuff goes with working on yourself. And you say, oh, well, that's easy, but you don't really do it, so, or you be like, oh, thank you, God, for this day, and amen. Like,
Right.
God help me,
So
amen.
would it be out of the question for a person from our community, because we are in a special situation, that we have places to go that can help you, kind of help you in that journey. Because on one end we say, oh well, you know, you can't be, you know, you doing it by yourself as an individual, but we're not, because we depend on things that are all have already been created.
Right.
We're dependent on that. If there's snow on the ground, that the city, which again is run by human beings, is going to do their job by clearing the highways. But when they don't,
We gotta have a truck.
you're going to have problems, right? So it's like, this is why I say we never do anything alone. But as we also are a collective and individuals, within that, there we have our tribes or our sections, because every human being wants to belong initially. That is what I've learned by just watching, working with children, just in my own. We want to be a part of a group. However, we see now with the different generations available that not having the conversation about who you are as a human being has dire consequences.
One thing I noticed, and I noticed this as far as last night, that in our community, when you talk about people working on themselves and being in groups and stuff, you try to be in these groups and you try to, you try to fit in places, but then you have these certain black people that they might know a little bit, or something like that. I heard them say the people aren't ready for the knowledge, and I'm like, okay, how long?
Do you know how long they've been saying that?
Yeah, right. So,
like, bruh,
right.
stop. What knowledge?
Okay.
I just feel that's all bullshit though, because like because like look,
Mm-hmm.
iron sharpens iron. You supposed to give information away. You get what I'm saying, to people
Right.
around you. You know, I just go back what I'm saying like earlier, like don't cast your pearls among swine. So if it's not meant to be for those who get it. But those who got it, got it. Feel me? You know what I'm saying? But the thing is,
Welcome. Welcome.
it's
I'm
like,
sorry. Give me 1 second,
oh, sorry, my
Serpent.
bad.
Welcome. Welcome,
How y'all
sexy
doing?
toy
How
lady.
y'all doing?
Oh,
Girl, I'm
what's
sorry I'm late, but I'm here. I've been
No,
listening.
I appreciate you coming. Okay, Serpent, you got it.
Okay,
oh
go
no,
ahead.
what's
Let me
good,
mute.
sex toy lady? How you doing?
Hey.
How you doing? You up here preaching. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I mean, like, I'm just saying, like, you got a lot of people out here, say, they're not ready for the knowledge, but I said, but I like, man, that's bullshit, though. You're supposed to give knowledge, wisdom, understanding to the next person. Iron sharp as iron, the thing is, like, even though you catch your pearls among swine, sometimes you got people out there may not appreciate the information. Like I was telling my cousin the other time, you can't just bring out the hustle out of somebody who don't got the hustle inside in it. They don't got the drive in them. You feel me? Like you got a lot of people out there who may use chocolate, for example, her foundation, her business, and she trying to help other people out, but they trying to have a finished product with her. Like they ain't trying to put in the work the way how she put in the work. You get what I'm saying? So you can't just bring out that drive out of everybody. They gotta be in them for them to really have that drive. You
Well,
get what
yeah,
I'm
of
saying?
course. And that's
Yeah.
why you have to, instead of, what disappoints me the most is that we actually have the opportunity to have a voice for all over the world to hear. And all that is documented just in the social media spaces is the vitriol that's going on between black men and black heterosexual black men, heterosexual black women. And the reason I say that, not in any offense, but there is a difference. There is a difference, and we hear it and we see it, and we're trying to ignore it and go, well, that's just them, let them be. Yeah, okay. However, it equals danger, because we know that people will take what they see and what they hear and emulate that into their lives. Art imitates life, life imitates art. Stop pretending like this is not insanity, that we are having these conversations instead of worrying about how to build up our community and have something to pass on. We're too worried about people's sexual desires and needs and wants. And that's another problem, though. Black people need to have a different conversation where sex is concerned, because we still out here talking silly about sex. We still
Yeah.
out here pretending and
Facts.
saying weird words, and you like, what? Do you
Facts.
not know? You don't know how to wash your ass. I don't know if YouTube will shut me
Damn.
down, but I'm about to turn up tonight because I'm like, I've been holding this in, so it is what it is, and that's why I said rules of the room. If you want to jump in on something I'm saying, please by all means. I know how to shut up. Um, but I'm like Kool-Aid canister full of the bullshit. And I don't really care who agrees or disagrees in the sense of, oh well, that's just the way it is. That is baloney because we can modify. We see this in other cultures, we see this in other places. And I'm gonna bring up a country, but I don't want sexy toy lady to jump in. Welcome, Noble Noob. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I apologize. I don't know what's going on with my lips, but yeah, let's get into a sexy toy lady. Drop a note on us. What's going on,
Girl, ain't nothing but the rent. Ain't nothing but the rent going on, girl. Okay.
girl? I know what you're saying. Though. It is the truth.
Well, I like this young man over here.
Oh
He's very
yeah,
wise. He's very wise.
serpent.
And hey,
Yes, I
Sunbear,
do.
how you doing,
Th-
Sunbear, girl?
I'm doing good, thank
Okay.
you. Mm,
You're welcome. You're welcome.
How you doing?
I don't know. I'm
Well,
doing good.
jump in
You
where you
know.
want to. Don't feel pressure, please.
I
No,
mean,
you good.
listen, y'all was
I,
cooking. Y'all was
I
cooking.
want to say this that my bad. Go ahead, say sexy toy.
No,
Oh,
I was enjoying the conversation that y'all was having.
oh, okay.
Well,
Thank you.
I do. I
Okay,
want to
unless
throw
y'all
this
got some
in.
specific questions. You got some
Oh
questions?
no, no, not yet, not
Okay.
yet. But I'm just
Okay,
kind of
not yet.
throwing
Okay.
things out so we can have. This is gonna go wherever you go.
Cause I want to say this out of my chest real quick, chocolate, if you don't mind.
Sure. No, I don't mind at all, sweetheart. Go ahead.
Um, this has been bothering me lately too. Um, I don't take my advice from a lot of men because I'm gonna be honest with you. A lot of niggas don't know how to eat pussy. Excuse my language. So why should I take my advice from a lot of niggas out there don't know how to eat pussy, don't know how to fuck, don't know how to be intimate with women, don't let alone they may have to be a whole husband, cheat on a woman and shit. You know what I'm saying? A good woman. You know what I'm saying? Like I just can't take niggas seriously. Be honest with you. I just gotta get this shot off my
Well,
chest,
that's what I'm
chocolate.
saying. That's my point. The fact that I know you are in your mid 20s, correct, Serpent? You're in
Yeah,
your mid 20s. You're young.
yeah.
You're the same age as my brother. Okay. While I have been paying attention, because I live in a home, of course, with when we talk about it on paper, my brother's a Gen Z, my sister's a millennial, and I'm a Gen Xer. All
Mhm.
day, proud, all day. And so,
I'm
what
Gen
I've
Z proud.
I see exactly, and so what I admire about your generation is that you are questioning everything. But see,
Oh
the
yeah.
one thing
Hmm.
that I think is forgotten is that Gen Xers had a lot to do with that. Because a lot of Gen Xers was raising their sisters and brothers too. A lot of Gen Xers come from the crack era, meaning that we were already
Right.
on our own by the time we was like 9, 10 years old. You know what I
Facts.
mean? I knew how to run my household and I was 9, 10 years old, right? So yes, it's
Yeah,
much
fact. Yeah,
different.
it's
It's
different.
just like the generation prior to us, the way my mother lived, the way her grandmother lived. I don't know if could survive that now, right? But what you're saying is what bothers me. And I know that there is a solution because there are men out there who want to do better, that want to have better. However, it's like we're not allowed to talk about the circumstances that may be holding them back to be that person because there's no opportunity for them to go in a different direction. Because jail is not rehabilitation. You going to college don't guarantee you no job.
Right.
They're not, public school is trash. We got to worry about teachers quitting and leaving
Mm-hmm.
the bums behind who are abusing our children.
Right.
But we
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
don't need no new schools. We don't need no community. We don't need a neighborhood. We don't need to start building because building has nothing to do with your affiliate or FDMJ or you a spicy black person or you indigenous to the ground. Whatever you identify as is fine with me. My issue is this. We still have nothing to show for all this conversation. You still need a home. You still need a house. And I know I'm not trying to be Luther Vandross. I'm sorry, I said home and house. But you still need a roof, you need food, and you need security. Those things are down the board for every species on this planet. So as human beings, and then narrow it down to our community, it makes no sense to continue to berate people who aren't at a particular level when you know damn well how hard it is to get there. Just because when you started the race, you had less obstacles, but you know the majority of people are going to have those obstacles. When we count how much money is within the Black community and what we could do and what we couldn't do, however, we can say that all day. We can say we got Black power, but we're not going to stop shopping. I still got to eat. I got to pay my rent. Ain't nobody offering me no free housing because I'm a Black person. And not to knock any other culture. However, instead of us looking at how we can assist each other, we want to utilize the get rich quick off of the suffering of us. Oh, I know these niggas is gonna buy the XYZ. I know they gonna do blah, blah, blah. Do you know what I'm saying? It's almost like when I see and hear the different voices on this platform, what I continue to hear is this gaslighting of Black people. There are keywords that I know I hear in every conversation, especially with the majority of the brothers that be on here. There are it's like a top 10 list, right? Of these trigger words that then they run and go and take it another direction. You know that there are children listening to us. I don't care because it says it's 18 and over. Somebody letting their kids hear some craziness that's online here. It's just like TikTok. It's just like anything else. It's just like if you have it's like people traveling to go see Amsterdam and going to the red light district. Human beings and curiosity, no matter what your age is, you're going to do it. So your words matter, even on this level, even with having 5, 6, 7 people in this room. If someone else goes back and listen to what I'm saying, they may take it face value. They may take it literally. They may connect with that. And that's what happens. It's like me connecting with reading a Maya Angelou book, or me connecting by going over to Alma's channel and listening to somebody say something, be like, damn, okay, I got you, because we're all connected. We're just arguing perspective. We say it's truth, but it's perspective. How can I argue your perspective?
Facts.
But that's what we do. So it goes circular, and there's nothing. When I feel like sometimes when I do come into certain situations and certain conversations, it's almost like, oh, why are you saying that? We can't use excuses. What are you talking about? We don't have a line of grocery stores. We don't have a line of daycares across the country. We don't compete in any way. We have a whole bunch of small businesses, don't get me wrong. But then even though we've had some big time businesses, what did they do? They ended up selling to a larger business. Because the things that Black people need, we are not in business doing. They need affordable housing. The average Black people, average Black folks, or average Black person is making less than $40,000 a year. And then we seem to forget, do you think they got any bailouts and that stimulus money was enough to keep anybody afloat for almost 2.5 years? They give billions to our military. Tanks that just sit. We ain't at war right now. So why can't we take some of that money that Congress has said, oh, this is allocated because blah, 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 again, made up rules. So here we are on this level of life, but we can still make a difference. And it saddens me when I have to be questioned and somebody want to argue with me. I don't want to argue with nobody, to be real. I didn't come on here for that. I came on here to meet like-minded people and create something because I couldn't go out. I was not at that moment in my life healthy enough to go out. So I had to stay inside. So that killed all my business. Because I used to make dresses. I've had a business since I was 18 on and off in my life because I knew that's what I wanted. I wanted to make enough money where I didn't have to do the things that I watched my mama do every day. I don't want to wash dishes from the time I wake up to the time I go to bed. What the hell? Why are we inventing dishwashers then? Why are there people called Molly maids? Why can't we help the economy? And when I say things like that, people are like, what, you can't clean up? No, I just don't feel like it. That doesn't make me less of a woman because I don't want to wash no damn dishes.
That's true. Fuck them
Y'all,
dishes.
right. I'm like, we go eat up some paper plates. You better go on somewhere.
Girl, you better go to Sam's.
Listen, you better quit playing with me before you be eating with your hand. We about to be Muslim tonight. Keep fucking around. I told you it's on tonight. I ain't even playing with y'all. But it's like I'm very serious. I stand in my shit. I am ready to rock it out. And it's like this. I don't care about necessarily whether it'll fail or not. Right? Like that's gone for me. Fail ain't even an option no more. It was before, right? Because I was feeling a certain type of way. I had allowed people in my head for free. Mm-hmm. But that's because I'm in a vulnerable position. So things seem bigger than they are when you already got some shit going on, right? So I say all that to say, if we're going to keep yelling, oh, I'm being real, this is real. I'm being real with y'all. This is what I want to do with my life. I've already given my life, half of it, to my family, to working for other people, to my friends, to my relationships, blah, 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 blah. I'm done with that. No, I don't have kids. I'm glad now. I used to struggle with that. As a woman in this society, especially a Black woman, they make you struggle. I had a doctor tell me once, well, you don't have a friend you could just hook up with? I swear to y'all.
What?
Come doctor again. Said it.
Wait,
so, what? The doctor said to me,
I didn't know you lied.
No, I don't have no look, my sister is a witness. She will get on here and be like, yes. So check it out. I come from women who are fertile but have issues, right? So my sister and I are the only two like women in a certain age group of us who don't have children. But I wanted to have children at one point. But then I started thinking, even as a kid, I had an issue with this. I don't know this person. And nobody was talking to me about DNA. You know what I mean? I don't know this person, and you could be a horrible father like mine. I don't want to set a child up to do that again. And that's how my mind went. I don't want the dysfunction that I saw growing up, that I lived growing up. I don't want to do that to another human being. And so I became very, very choosy because it was like, I don't want to bring a life here and then traumatize it because either me and the father ain't together, or the daddy don't come around, or I turn out not to be the kind of mom I think I'm gonna be, or I wasn't. I said, I got to figure out something else. You know, and then when it came down to, you know, people were pressuring me as I got older, like, so you don't want to have no kids? And I'm like, no, nah, man. And I was still in the place in my head that, well, I'm not married. Like that, you know what I mean? Like that's a thumbs up right now. once you realize the truth behind that, you're like, it don't even matter now. That was a status thing. It still is. I don't hate on marriage. I actually am ordained. I can marry people. However, I tried being in certain type of situations because I felt like this is what I was supposed to do, not because I wanted to do it. And that's a lot of people who walk this earth, who live in our community, that they're just doing it because it's comfortable and it's safe.
Can
It's
I
like
say something?
having, yeah,
Oh,
come on in.
look, I actually agree with you because I've been feeling that way, same way. Like I I kind of feel like you said earlier about pleasing people, and I
Mm-hmm.
hated that. Like, why the fuck we need to please people? What they say, what they do. You know what I'm saying? And plus, top of that, like I always tell people, you want to get married as a person, that's do it for yourself reasons. Don't do
Right.
it for the next person or what your family say or what your friends say or what the world says, society say. I just feel like a lot of people don't have a individual mindset. Like it's like a follower
A
mindset.
bunch of followers.
Yeah,
Yes. Come on
like
now.
I don't see like for me personally, like I have a sister, you feel me? But I don't tell
Mm-hmm.
my sister that she's a bad person just because she don't do X, Y, and Z or just because
Right.
she's
Well, see,
her
there it
value
is.
as
Your
a woman.
choice.
Yeah, it's
Your
your choice. Like
choice.
yeah, like
Exactly.
that's what I'm saying. Like why can't just
Mm-hmm.
people just have a choice of their own thoughts and emotions? Because there's a lot of people out there don't probably want kids, probably don't want a family. That's okay, but that's their choice though. Like why should shame them or condemn them for that? You feel me?
Well,
That's but
I promise I'll keep it short. You have to also take into consideration, like I said earlier, there are 7 generations living right now in this country, right? Understand that shame is a part of what our society does. They do that in every culture. There is a form of shame to push you as a human being into doing, what I want you to do. I need, you have to have more than one person to push a group of people to do what they want you to do. Think about it. We have all been, this was all designed poorly, but designed. From the time you're a child, let's just take the public school system for children of color across this country. You're indoctrinated from day one.
mm-hmm.
You learn a specific set of rules, and then they just keep adding things on to the same rules over and over as you go up, but they're the same rules. What's up, popcorn? Welcome. what
What's good,
is
popcorn?
what is sad though is that the acknowledgement of just, let me pour information into you, right? Because this is scientifically been studied. That's how school became a part of um our landscape here, because there was no schooling in the early 1930s. People had a church house, or you had school wherever you could have it. This is the same country. That's not that far long ago. Those people
Right.
are still living.
But like you said, it's all part of design. We've been indoctrinated since day one. Like I actually agree with you
Day
on that.
one.
But the thing,
Why do we
go ahead.
celebrate the holidays, right? Because these are our holidays.
Shit, I don't
Christmas.
celebrate them bitches.
Yeah. But see, that's because, but check it out, Serpent. It's just like anything else. If a person hadn't started pulling back the veil, right, and giving you the freedom to think what you want and have a choice, you'd be doing the same thing. And then when it comes to, we do things that we know we're going to need to do anyway because we don't have any other options. We go, okay, I'm going to justify why I do this because it's actually not good for me, but I'm gonna do it anyway because I have no other choice but to do it. So it still puts us in this place where it's like, damn, how do I get out of this roller coaster? Entrepreneurs is how all this started. All these call centers and all this is money that was made after World War II. It's not that long ago. America was broke for a long time.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? America, like in the sense of the United States. I'm not talking about before that, but with the history given to us, from what my understanding is that they were broke anyway. But I'm so sorry, I digress.
No, you're good. I just kind of like,
Go
I'm sorry,
ahead.
my bad. I was just saying, it's like, like, it's just that a lot of people are delusional that they forgot. I feel like our own people forget that we're still indoctrinated. You know what I'm saying? Because they just, for some odd reason, they just have this mentality of an oppressed mentality. We've been oppressed for a long time. But the thing is, it's just that the fact is we're not. I'm gonna be honest with you, Chocolate.
Please.
As much I hate, listen, as much we're in this future now and shit, and I'm a Gen Z, so a lot of Gen Zs now that we the future for real. Us young people, we
Exactly, and
are
there is nothing
like,
for you.
yeah.
We
So
have not brought anything, and
right,
I'm a part of that in a way, because I know it was more like the boomers and the silent generation who had a lot to do with why everything happened truly, that started really kicking into gear, was after World War II. A lot of money came into America. War brings money. That's why that's why there's division now. All of this rhetoric, it drives up sales. It's all designed.
and
Like,
I actually agree with you on that. I'm sorry, my bad.
no,
No,
baby, don't say sorry. Come on, talk about
no,
it. Go
I
ahead.
was actually agree with you. That's why I stay away from conversation like bullshit conversation that's really all
Yeah.
necessary to talk about, but it's really not necessary to the root. You know what I'm saying? Like, cause I feel like there's a lot of bigger issues than talk about, bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Like, man, this is all,
Serpent, you read in my mind. We're gonna segue into something I want to share with you guys. And
Go
like
ahead.
I said, thank you, chat, for coming in. Thank you for hanging out. Please like, and share if you so choose. And you're more than welcome to hit the link. We are just talking about a lot of things that have been on my mind. So you're welcome. Please be nice in the chat. And I don't want to have to kick nobody out. Let's go. So I wanted to talk about this and find out if anybody had heard about it. Because after we're able as Chocolate to, have a continuous stream of income from, growing and selling food, then my next goal is, affordable housing. Now I thought this was cool. Finland stopped its homelessness problem. There's no homeless in Finland.
How?
So yeah, right. So I was stuck, right? Let me I wonder, can I share on here? Oh, I don't think so. Let me see if I can sign in from my other one and I can share the screen with you guys.
You hear me, Chocolate?
What you say, hon? I'm sorry.
I said that Finland doesn't have as big as a population as ours.
But I agree with you. Yes, you are correct. Ride with me real quick though, because I'm gonna tell you how they did it. Because I don't want to get what is it, the little strike thing. So I apologize. I'm gonna read it. I'll put the link in the chat for everybody to go to the article. Okay. So hold on. Because I love learning about different strategies from different countries. My sister and I were having this really great conversation about globalization, which is another thing I wish, Black people would talk about more. I definitely am going to try to bring it up more, so we can, have more conversations about how we can change our wealth. We can change our future if we want. Globalization is not as hard as people think it is. It's still a business. It's just like any other business. You got to be willing to put yourself in there. You got to be willing to learn what you need to learn. And you got to be willing to do it right and deal with the opposition. Business is not for the weak. It's just
Oh, I'm
not.
glad you said that.
You know what
Thank
I'm
you. I
saying?
was like, you read
Having a
my mind. I was
business,
gonna say,
being an entrepreneur is not for the weak. I'm just
hey, look,
saying.
hey, Charles, you read my mind. I swear, I was about to say that. Like, I was gonna say, look, I was gonna say business not for the weak. Because I was gonna say this too. I was gonna say this too. I'm gonna add this too. Like for me, I got my own crib. Right? I got my own house. Right? You already know where I live. Right?
Mm-hmm,
So
mm-hmm.
plus, I hate how people talk about. You know how dudes talk about 50-50. I just want to add this in quick.
Yeah, go
And
ahead.
um, for me, how the fuck I'm me? I'm single. You know, I'm individual. I got my own crib and shit. I pay my own bills. My management skills is on point. You feel me? And top of that,
Mm-hmm.
you got people out here talking about 50-50. I'm like, bro, like, I know y'all niggas be buying iPhone 14 and shit, but y'all ain't paying your rent on time. Oh, y'all not paying your phone bills on time and shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? But that,
Well,
but I mean, I don't
what
want to.
is pushed? Because again, we pretend like media, um, media in all forms, right? What do people see? And I'm not picking a particular age group because you got people who will do the same thing in any age group.
Oh yeah, yeah.
um when we talk about what is the most important thing, what is it? To be shiny and out in front, to be the biggest light, to be number one. You got, everybody can't be number one. There is more options. Number one does not have to be, if you become number two, you behind something. No, I'm next to you. We're side by side. You might have got there first, but I'm still standing right next to you doing the same damn thing.
Exactly.
So
No,
there's no
I agree.
reason for you to think that you're better than me because you got here a few seconds early. Hey, 2, 3, 4, 5, keep it popping. The more the merrier, because the more you get, because everybody can't be everything at every moment and every time.
And
That was something that I learned, to be okay with delegation, right?
you have to ask yourself too, who's passing out the numbers? You
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I
say,
was gonna say that too, Emma.
oh,
Go ahead, go. No, go ahead, Emma.
yeah, just let people be, you know.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I
And
guess that's where I see, like, why are we wasting our time and being distracted with this shit? This stuff is interesting. Like, for instance, people talk about how can I make money in certain other areas. Well, again, for us as Black people, because that's a lot of money to share, $300 billion. And when I say that number, it is because the companies that could be serving our communities don't give a shit about serving our communities. And they don't give a shit to the point that they don't care that they're leaving $300 billion on the table. That's in healthcare, housing, um, education, and there's and your and food. They did this study. Now again, I went to the Black statistics. They copied the white statistics, so I guess they agree, right?
Damn,
So
they ain't even do
Damn,
their homework. Wait a
I'm
minute.
actually
Wait
glad
a
you said
minute.
that.
Wait a
go
minute.
go to
They
black
cheated.
listen, go to blackstatistics.com, check their dates. Because I have to look, I love to research, so I go all over the place. But anyway, I'm so sorry. I digress.
no,
Let's go back.
it's
So
like,
go ahead. I'm sorry.
it's like every elder I've been talking to, like about, different discussions I'm having, different content I'm watching, different things I'm reading, different organizations, um, and groups that I'm a part of. They always say that we need to start asking more questions.
Mm-hmm. You
I,
should.
I think Sexy Toy Lady said something just now, but it kind
Oh,
of
I'm sorry. Go
pertains to,
ahead, sexy.
it kind of pertains to like, oh, she said you're not doing your homework, and we don't want to kind of hear that part because I never want to do my homework on people because you have people like that kind of,
Is it more like you don't want to be disappointed?
Hold on one second.
That's an interesting
Hey, I love.
theory.
Oh, my bad. Go ahead. Sorry.
Uh,
That's interesting.
yeah, I wonder
No,
if a
I
lot
love
of
that.
it is that we don't, as like I said, the core of it, the core of our community, right, is that we have been put in this place mentally and spiritually, physically, you could call it all. Yes, you're
Right.
going to have successful Black people, right? Because now that's alive. Oh, yes, I will, Bougie, I promise. Thank you. So it's like when you look at the rules, and that's why I said that earlier, and I believe it and I stand by it. How can you keep saying to me, once I've made it to this level, the rules are changed? For me, because I'm a woman, me, because I'm Black, me, because I might be have more weight than the less person. You have to put me in a box. But then when I fight all those boxes, something's wrong with me. I want to cause trouble. Now everybody woke. No, it's because
But you
I'm
said
allowed to be an individual. And I think the reason people don't want to find out the things about other people or deal with the things about other people is due to disappointment, and that you have to question yourself that why you were friends with them in the first place. Why did you believe what they said in the first place? Whether it's a friend, a person you donating to, your man, your mom, your sister, cousin, as a human interaction, we actually want to trust first.
trying to get me a Dyson.
Chocolate. Do you think is because me? What I do now is I make people pull out the receipts. Like if a person talk good to me about anything, I want to see the receipts. Like I
Mhm.
told my sister one time, if a person come up to you about anything, say whatever or preach or whatever, make them pull out the receipts. See
Yeah,
them
make
back
them
up what
show
they're
you
saying.
something.
Yeah,
That's why I became, and yes, and maybe it was to my detriment in certain scenarios, but I'll take those L's. That's why I try to be as transparent as I can be.
but we live and learn though. That's part of life. Like we live and
Well,
learn.
that's
You know
it.
what I'm saying?
It takes a
No,
But
lot. It
not
takes a
everybody
lot of
learn.
energy. Right.
you're
It.
right. You're right, Stacey. Toy. Not everybody learning. Like that's why. Like it's good to learn without season. I mean season. You get what I'm saying? Like,
Hmm.
but we gotta unlearn, relearn, and learn. You get what I'm saying?
Right. That's it. That's what I'm saying. Like
Right.
it's
Hmm.
just like if I don't, if I want to learn a new job, somebody will train me. So why can't I get help from my community to be a better part of my community? Like it don't make. It's almost like, well, if you don't know how to be Black, just too bad. You know what I mean? Like it feels like that sometimes. You be like, but wait a minute though. We don't even have no rules. We ain't got no agenda. We ain't got no t-shirts. We ain't got nothing. There's nowhere to go. And I'm just gonna say, I hope everybody understands my lingo. But we have other cultures who have centers all over the country, even all over the world. So no matter where they go, they can find someone that's in their community and it's gonna have their back. Now that's across the world. We just lost two Black folks to a mistaken identity with four Black people just going to Mexico.
But they had said a few years ago, it was couples like during COVID and different times. They had put a alert on those countries.
Well, yeah, they did, and they
Yeah,
also, I know this
alert
sound crazy, but they
on- so,
did for dark skinned individuals because they said the I guess the Haitian gangs or whatever are taking over territories in Mexico, right? And they mistake these people of color in this van and took out two of them.
it was
And I was very impressed the fact that they actually did the work that fast for two Black people.
but my thing is us is when we talk about asking questions and doing homework, and then if you watch videos about traveling, about people who travel,
Mm-hmm.
um, they had put an alert on those countries because they was killing a lot of people, not all the way across from Mexico to
Mm-hmm.
their Dominican Republic, I think,
Yeah.
underneath there.
Oh
And
yeah. Well, because now
I mean, no pun,
that
yeah, but all underneath there, and we and we still went.
yeah.
We went
Right.
because and some of the stories. Remember, those are just the stories we heard, but they did put an alert. We know about Mexico, and then the borders. Remember the borders.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, for me, I wouldn't have went, but I know a couple on here. They had lived down there, and they said actually they moved when the pandemic and stuff had hit too. But even before that, they knew somebody. But it's rough in those areas, in some of those areas, because people think once you get down there, you do have your nicer sections, but you got to have the money to live
Right.
in the
Well, it's just
job.
like anything else. You need to our point,
Okay.
you definitely should um, do research in anything that you're trying to do. I completely agree with that. I did not want to say a thing about Chocolate Earth until I basically could give you down to the detail what can make this work and why I'm even doing it in the first place. That was important to me. And like I said, I know that it's not popular to be positive. I just don't, I'm not arguing with you. If you have a difference of opinion, I'm all for it. Let's discuss. But I have so many other things going on to give that energy. It makes no sense.
I feel the
I know
same
that's
way.
right.
I really do. I feel the
Welcome.
same way.
Thank you, sexy. Welcome, Noble. How you doing?
I'm doing great.
Oh, you're breaking up.
I'm breaking up. Yeah,
Yes,
let me
sir. You
find
wanna
a
you
little
wanna
stable.
okay,
Find
come on
somewhere
back.
and then I'll come back. Yeah, I'm just gonna mute up for a minute.
Okay. All right. So on that break, okay, let me talk about Finland. I just love where everything went. Thank you guys for being in the chat. Thank you for being on the panel. I hope you guys are enjoying the conversation. We're gonna keep it pushing. So Finland, like I said before, Finland put out an article. The first one was in November of 2022. And they said Finland is solving homelessness. So with that, so I went to also the CBC. Um, London is also trying to follow Finland's idea and eradicate homelessness. And this is what Finland did. So I'm gonna give you guys like a quick synopsis of how they did it. And if you want the links, by all means, just let me know. I'll send them to you. Um, so they speak Finnish. I don't know what that is. I don't know any of that language, but this is in English. Hold on. Oh wow. Okay. So let me correct myself. It says that Finland and the current government plan has to end. Oh, I read that so wrong. And the current government in Finland has a plan to end homelessness completely by 2027. It means that we are producing a certain amount of affordable social housing and also
Mm-hmm.
providing support services for homeless people with our own housing first model.
Wow.
That's simple as banana chips, my
Wow.
friends.
Wow. Very simple.
Very.
Work with the
So here,
infrastructure you have already.
that's right.
And
And
yeah,
welcome, Noble. You sound great. Thank you for coming up.
no problem.
But
You know I got mad respect and love for you, mother. You know what I'm
I
saying? I'm
appreciate
always
you. I
there to
appreciate
defend
you.
you too. Especially when you be on these panels predominated by men. You hold your own
Yeah.
and I got
It
nothing but
it
respect.
it thank you. So it to me, well, like I was saying before, the reason why I even bring this up is and how is it even associated to me, is that I feel like that's it. We actually help each other gain a sense of purpose. Because let me put it to you this way: the house that you live in, was it built by your hands? Do you even know who built your place? Our ancestors knew what that felt like, and I'm going past the ones that are living now. They knew what it was like to finish and build a home. These people built homes here on this land that they knew nothing about, or did they? We'll get to that at another time. But what I'm saying is that all they've done is turned the money into the social habit, because it costs more to incarcerate someone than it is to build them a place to stay and help them get assistance. Now you have created jobs, you have created opportunities, you have created a way for people to be successful, because everyone doesn't want the same thing. A lot of people don't mind working. The problem is you're not paying me a living wage. If I don't have the education to fit this, that infrastructure and bullshit is crumbling. And so now these companies can't hide behind, well, you need to do this, you need to do that. Hey, you either want me to work for you or not. This is where we are right now. However, the generation, the younger millennials and the Gen Zs have realized, especially over this last few years, hey, let's take advantage of what they offer, which is I can make money at 15 that I would never make in when I was living in 1990. I can start a YouTube channel and pay for my college now.
And also, I feel like I had me and my cousin, we had went over the word, and I think that girl's on Real Housewives of Potomac. She started a hat line called that. I think it's called Embellished or something like that. But and we sometimes we have to embellish, and we have to.
Where'd you go? You went away, ma'am.
Right.
Hey, chocolate Earth. I gotta jump down right quick, but
sure.
I'm gonna send you this this thing I call the red folder. It got a lot of good information about going into the quantum financial system.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
How to get on the blockchain, create your own coin.
Okay.
Have it backed by gold on the quantum
blockchain. Right, yeah, exactly. And see, again, I know you get ready to jump off, but that is to my point. It is still, we understand that it is still backed by something tangible, something that is connected to what? The earth, which we live on. Everything we need is here. Because again, the value is given by human beings. It's not like gold had a mouth and was like, I'm worth all this per ounce. No, it's what man decided to make it be.
And another thing,
it's crazy to me. Wow.
And another thing is that in a minute, and this is why I'm really giving this to you, is because in a minute we're going to be able to get funding for humanitarian projects.
Oh, that'll be great.
You know what I'm saying? So it's a lot. I'm gonna send you the folder. You go over it.
Please. Sure, I will and let you know.
It's a whole bunch of PDFs in there. So take your time. You know what I'm saying? It's a deep dive, and then maybe later on, in the month, we can have a
chop it up
conversation about
it. Okay, right? Yeah, definitely.
I don't want to go over nobody's heads. I don't want to go too
heavy.
No,
I actually have knowledge on this. I'd
rather everybody do their own diligence, and feel free to share it too. Okay. So I'm about to send that to you. I think I got your email. So
yeah, it's Chocolate Earth Foundation, and all you got to do is throw the @gmail.com on it. That's it.
All right, got you. Peace and love, everybody. I hope I catch y'all another live. Peace and love.
Sure. Thanks for coming up, Noble.
Peace.
Yeah, Chocolate. I actually have knowledge on those subjects.
Okay.
I've been in many teachings and lectures in Black sections. And then about what he was talking about, Sister Oyeri and her husband Jakumi.
Okay. I apologize. I don't know these people. I'm new to all of that. I just don't want to be.
Who is that?
I just want to know who. You know what I mean? Like I'll go find out if this is a person I need to find out. But I just don't want to be confused. Like, oh yeah, I know. No, I don't know any of the people. Please continue. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I have knowledge on the subjects Noble was talking about, and that's why I know Sister Yuri and Jakumi used to do the classes about what he was talking about, and she's actually an author too, so you could probably look her book up.
That's awesome. That's again, that's what I'm saying. If there should be just like there's a Barnes and Nobles, there should be a Blacks and Browns. I'm being silly, but I'm for real. Like there should be why can't we have a chain of Black bookstores across the country that serve nothing but that community? There's nothing wrong with that. It's not racist to want to take care of your own. It's only racist when you try to oppress someone else or stop the other person from doing it. It's okay for you to do, but I can't do it. And that goes in every level of that. When men try to say it, or a woman will try to say it, oh, well, you can't do it because you're a man, or you can't do it because you're a woman. Those things shouldn't even be a part of the conversation. It should be about the character of the person. However, we go back to that indoctrination. So anyway, so wrap it all up about Finland. So what they ended up doing, they funded the program by looking at it this way. Instead of putting the money into putting these men in jail or women in jail, they made housing available for people to come and basically the jump off housing, right? Low apartment, somewhere safe for you to be, get your stuff together, and then go live. You become a part of the productive community, right? Because then that means if you make an income, you're going to bring that money back into the community, because again, we've assisted you in getting to that, particular level. And I think a lot of people would appreciate it a lot more than what Black people as a whole, we holler on these streets that Black people are so this and that. So either we're going to help each other, or we're just going to spend time getting paid shitting on our community. So I'm like, how is this so far-fetched? I said the same thing. I said we can create housing for our own, offer them counseling, offer them assistance, feed them, help them be better people. Some may go off and we never see again. Some may be like, look, I may live such and such, but I'm going to always buy these particular products. I'm going to assist in some way. We know we like to do that. And if we are living and doing, it's not that we're lazy, it's not that people don't want to work, anything like that. It's like, why can't I do this with respect? And why can't I gain happiness by being able to do these particular things? Because I'm not completely bogged down by your job. I'm not stressed with stupid shit at these call centers. I'm not having to worry about this and this and this. Why is that a problem? It's like, oh, you can't have happiness in this life. That's unreal. As a Black person, that's like reading over the rainbow type. That's how people make me feel when I start talking about different things. And I had to kind of go, well, you know what? I'm gonna have to, excuse my language, everybody. Fuck what people saying.
Yeah.
This is what I'm going to do. However long it has taken me, I'm gonna get it done. And because not only does it help me, it helps other people. It helps other people. It helps me, of course. This pious attitude of, well, why would you need money? What the hell are we talking about here? Why would we need money?
You can't live without money. What you mean? Why you need
What you mean?
That's not, what?
What you mean? It's like,
That's
for
just a broke ass
instance,
mentality right there.
well, no, think about it. I have been on YouTube a year, right? And yes, I'm counting other people's pockets. The people who say they trying to do the same thing I'm trying to do, because of course everybody's doing the same thing I'm trying to do. So I'm like, all right, cool. Let me see what they about. Let's see what they about. In a matter of weeks, and it has nothing with numbers. It's just the ideal of things. In a number of weeks, you're averaging out over $10,000. But if I say, hey, I'm trying to raise this money because I'm trying to do such and such, I can prove this, I can show you this, blah, blah, blah. Oh, you tripping, you scamming. It's too good to be true because I want to tell you the truth. And I can prove it. And then it puts the theory of, do people like being lied to? Because it seems like the truth bothers people to the point where they will invest against their own interest. And I'm done. I apologize. Go ahead, y'all.
A lot of people, like I said earlier, a lot of people are not ready for the stuff that you saying. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, remember we talking about knowledge. Like, you know what I'm saying? I think it's good to give knowledge away. You know what I'm saying? Now, if those people don't want to receive the knowledge, the information, that's on them. That's their loss. You feel me? But those who did receive the knowledge and information and utilize that information in their life and apply it in their life, yeah, you know what I'm saying? But the thing is, like the thing, like you said earlier, talking about can people can handle truth, but they rather be lied on. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of people they operate from the delusional mindset. They don't want to hear what they need to know. Most people are afraid to look themselves in the mirror. You get what I'm saying? Most people, you know what I'm saying, are afraid to even be by themselves or be alone. I think me you had this conversation a long time ago about that.
Yeah, we did.
You know what I'm saying? About,
Yeah, we
a
did.
lot of people don't want to be alone. Like me, I'm self-contained. Like, so I'm cool. But the thing is, I know for a fact a lot of people cannot function the way how me and you or Elma or Sex Toy, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? But
It's still being, and this is what's funny. We talk about high school, for instance. Who's really any different? Who changes like significantly? If you've been a weirdo, you gonna always be a weirdo. I know I was.
shit,
I always
I
felt
always
like
been
I always felt like I was out of place. Right. Like it
Me too,
never
right?
fit.
I feel out of place.
Right.
Yeah. I used to
But
question everything, like, I just be like, why we gotta do this or
okay,
do
I'm
that?
so
And
glad you
I'm like,
brought that
but I
up.
gotta keep it a
But people
hundred.
people
I
used to
gotta
tell
keep
me
it a
stop
hundred.
questioning shit. I'm like, what? You
But
know what
let
I'm
me ask you a question, Serpent. Here, check this out. I'm so glad you said that. I want you to, just for your own, go find some of them old movies from like the 1950s and 60s. Okay? Just watch clips of those movies. And I say that because I want you to know this. We have been indoctrinated for 5 generations.
saying?
5. Because it got to the Gen Xers at that point, that era of time, that we started not really giving a shit about what our parents, the boomers, who are the boomers now, um, we were tired of it. We were tired of the facade, the fake this, the fake. It was all about presentation, the same shit that we're dealing with now. It hasn't changed. It's just evolved into something else. So
No,
here
Do
we
you feel
it
like
got
go.
do you
new
feel like it's
packaging. That's
evolved?
all. They redid the
That's it.
logo and the packaging. That's
That's
all.
it. They got your 9.99 at
Mhm.
Vistaprint
Mhm.
and got you a whole new set of shirts.
Right.
Look, it really bothers me when I have to hear about what is happening in my community. The vitriol, the venom, the coming from, not, I don't care nothing about celebrities, right? Because we holler as a community that they're not leaders, but why we always using them to compare our lives? We don't have any leaders in our community and we need them.
Weak-minded people.
We need them. There is not a solid community across the country that stands on its own without having leaders, whether they're whatever type of leadership, how it voted, not voted, whatever. Non-dictatorship. I'm talking about cool things is popping off. There are people and places that act this way. And I don't worry about the people who don't want to hear the message or don't want to come along or feel like that's some bullshit or blah, blah, blah. That's fine. I'm not for you. It's just like anything else. Some people like grape Kool-Aid. Some people like red Kool-Aid. Some people like strawberry. Some people like heart attack sugar level. Some people like it unsweetened. There are so many little differences to us. My issue is, why do you then have to shit on what I'm trying to do and tear it down because you disagree with it? Why I got to get all these questions and ifs and ands and pull from one side to the next? But if I looked like, if my name was Sean, that's all I'm gonna say. Would it be so? And I have the same attitude. I'm boisterous. I'm standing in mine. I'm gonna say what's on my mind. I try to be as authentic as possible. I know I'm on the internet. I don't have time or energy to pretend to be somebody else. I had just been in a position where I had to put my focus somewhere else, and now I'm here. I enjoy having conversations with other people. Yes, I talk a lot. That's just me. And that's why I tell people jump in. It's not, as long as it's not rude, just jump in. It's be like, hey, let me jump in real quick, because I know I'm passionate about seeing something happen in our community that truly is assisting us and not taken away on the back end. And I don't feel like I'm a hero or savior or anything like that. I just believe that as a human being, why can't I reach out and help other human beings? Why am I a sucker? Why am I being silly? Why am I thinking it's a black utopia? Because all I want to do is actually help people. And I see a way to do it. And because I can lay it out, that's the problem. Or is it because I'm a woman?
I
Yes,
feel,
that part too.
Both.
I
It's
kind of
both.
feel like. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sex story.
No, go
No,
ahead.
I mean I feel like it's both.
Yeah, I was gonna say both. Like, I kind of feel like in a way, a lot of people, mine. I don't know who the target audience is talking about, but like, a lot of people have that fear of projecting. Like, you know how your vision's so big, like chocolate, you got people out there without you, throw you down, blah blah. But those people, you don't pray, you don't even need them like that. You shit, I'm gonna keep, like you said earlier, I'm gonna make this shit happen, regardless.
Yeah.
Of, you get my,
Yeah.
that's
However,
like me,
if I
like
start small, everything started small. And that's why I said
yeah,
that
everything
earlier
starts small. Yeah,
about being an entrepreneur is not for the faint at heart. People got
no, not at
together
all.
and created what now is these, what we consider monstrous situations. But when you break it down to the simplicity of it, it is just movement of money between trading. However, there is a group of that is a part of this chain that has made it so that it can derail or you know push you away from getting a part of that money that's circulating. We want you to work for someone else. Now y'all all know each other. Let's be real. All of the big companies know each other. So here's their setup. I'm going to teach you in public school because that's what it was for. And the quote was real and it stands with it. He said, I created schools so that we could have a country of workers. I'm paraphrasing, not thinkers. This quote, they allowed this man to create our school system, and that's why it is what it is to this day.
And that's why people don't think for themselves. Like, that's why I don't. That's
Well,
why I
we're
always
taught
question
not
people
to.
thinking.
We're taught
Because
not
we
to,
was taught,
though.
not to. Yeah,
Exactly.
like that's why, like, remember you was telling me earlier about how you was growing up and you was
Mm-hmm.
thinking outside the box. I feel the same way. Like, and you know how people in school or whatever environment you in, they always tell you like stop questioning shit. You always question stuff in your mind. Like,
Oh, yeah,
people
because they
people always
don't want
say
to go there with
people
you.
always say, you know, in this nowadays people say overthinking is bad, but I think it's good to overthink though. Like, you're thinking. You get what I'm saying? Like, people don't even know the word intelligence mean. Like, when I tell people, like, look at the definition of intelligence. The definition of intelligence means the ability to understand, learn, and think. Those are the three components of intelligence. You get what I'm saying? But you got these so-called smart people who like to use big vocabularies and try and sound intellectual and shit, thinking they sound smart, but they're really not mentally smart. You get what I'm
I'm
saying?
so sorry. Hold on, Serpent. I'm so sorry. Hey, Purple. Thank you for coming in. Hope everybody's enjoying the conversation. By all means, hit the link. And we're gonna keep it pushing. Go ahead, Serpent. Thank you.
Yeah, yeah. I was just saying no. I was just saying what's up, Purple. I was just saying is that like I just feel like a lot of people think they smart, but they're really not as smart when you really observe them. You get what I'm saying? When you just sit back and let them talk. Cause like looking nowadays, chocolate, you got people out here walking around with no common sense in their mind. You get what I'm saying? The shit they say out the mouth is
Well,
it just it's
I'll
all
tell you
ordinary.
this. Let's if to what you were saying. Let's focus just on the black community. Let's focus on the community that the majority of YouTube talks about, right? The Pookies and the Ray Rays, the
Oh
Ratchets,
Lord.
all always hood. We never talk about the middle class, upper middle class, the billionaires that we do have, unless it's something, kind of hood. Even with that, it has to be some silliness, but not the true financials behind it. You feel me?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I love knowledge. I was a facilitator. I taught children. I taught adults. I enjoy it. I had to put, lessons together and do all that kind of fun shit. You know what I mean? I enjoy being in that mode when that was taken from me. And when I say that, I'm just talking about like my health changed where I couldn't do it anymore. I had to make some serious decisions, even though I was young. Unfortunately, my health problems came quick. They was like, listen, we're gonna go ahead and get this out the way. We're gonna go on short right now, and you're gonna have to change your whole life. But anyway, I apologize. I digress.
No, you good. I mean,
to your point,
do you think? Let me ask you this question. I find it really
yes,
foolishness to attach your values based on what the society says about you. Do you feel some type of way, like? Because I be feeling some type of way in a way like, what? Why do people base their value on what other people say? You know what I'm saying?
I get what you're
Like,
saying, and I'm glad you brought that up. And here's my theory. Okay, I'm gonna call it a theory. I do believe it's factual, but I'm gonna leave it at theory. You know how people get. They get nervous when you think you know too much. When you have to be honest though about the indoctrination, because see, we'll dance on that side of the street and say we know we were indoctrinated, but it's like when we talk about these things, we act like we've stopped being indoctrinated, and we haven't. We are all, thank you, liberated. We are all socially conditioned. The fact that, and I'm gonna give it to you this way. Please feel free to jump in. In the 1600s, whiteness was created. I'm gonna have to put this video on private. I'm over it now. We had to, or I may start doing a what happened to Emma come back? Oh,
oh
I
yeah,
know she
Emma.
was doing something. She disappeared. Okay, so anyway, when you look at our community, and like I said earlier, the majority of Black people identify as Christians and use those biblical texts to identify and move through life, right? That was part of our social conditioning, because again, that's why I said to you, go back and look at some of those movies from the 1950s.
I definitely
The
would.
neighborhoods are all the same. This is where suburbs started coming up. Now, I want you to hear what I'm saying. It is conformity, right? Because everybody lived in the city at one point in this country. Like everyone came to one spot, it started up, and everybody lived there. That's why you have so many small places with more people than they should have, right? Like New York, for instance, or places are so crowded, yet there's only 330 million of us here. And about 20 million of those are children. So it's like we got all this space, right? And then we have almost over half a million people in this country homeless right now. But you know what is the first thing, honestly, that comes to you when you hear the word homelessness?
Shit, poverty,
Okay. Sexy toy lady.
Well, did you ever tell us what they did to make them not the people in Finland?
Yeah, they took state money and they created housing for them and gave them counseling. They helped them, that is rehabilitation back into society. That's what they offered. Instead of, it was less than paying for them being jailed.
Yeah,
it costs less
expensive.
than that.
Yeah, it's expensive for a person in jail.
But the sad part about it is because the majority of the prisons in this country are private. They want to keep making money on the return company. The state keeps popping out tax dollars to pay these private prisons. And then they do stuff like have them out there farming tilapia, which is not tilapia should not be in the northern hemisphere. It is a tropical fish. But they're farming it, and they got these men out here making, 2 cents an hour and shit like that. But see, this is what I'm saying. They all know each other. It's like, let me create the problem also let me create the solution. Now I got you bouncing back and forth
Right.
between
Now, no, you just need me all around and you don't even know it.
boom, that's capitalism.
Mm-hmm.
So why pretend like we don't need to be a part of the game for us to flip it our way? That's all I'm talking about. I'm talking about flipping the
Oh, now I see
coin
exactly what
this
you're saying.
way. Instead of it being, I hear a lot of, oh, you don't want the government involved. What are you talking about? I'm owned by the government. The minute you stomp a number on a human being, you own me.
Right. The first thing you do is get a social security card.
On
The
a birth
government know
certificate,
exactly who the fuck you. What
they
are you
got your
talking about?
feet prints, the whole nine, right? Like what the hell is a birth
Stop.
certificate then? So when I started really researching that, especially after I read that article, I read that article a few months back, and it stuck with me. And the reason it stuck with me because I was like, okay, so just to give you a little bit of a portion of my business plan when it comes to growing food. So, for instance, an acre of property, I can put 4 mid-sized greenhouses on there, right? Let's say I have 3 rows. I do aeroponics in one, aquaponics in another, hydroponics in that one. I make sure that they're sealed, they're safe, they're clean, the seeds is good. We popping. We're gonna harvest. Once we harvest it, we're gonna see who can we get it to. Because I'm the whole company. And once I meet certain thresholds, I'm not there's only so much money you can spend. And I know that sounds crazy coming from a person, a human being on a normal basis. It's not that I don't care about money. It's not that I've never desired to be rich or anything like that. My mother raised me to be a person to have a voice. And for a long time, because of the world I lived in, because of the corporate work that I did, I had to squelch it. I couldn't be a strong Black woman at work. Not when you're the only one in the group. And then you're in a position of power over other people. So I had to be on my best behavior. And so we go through that, trying to navigate. So why is that a better life than me taking a chance and going, fuck this, I'm about to make something happen and do it my way? It's better for me to hate myself every day I go to work because I can pay all my bills on time. Bills that if I really looked at, do you need all of it? And I'm not saying for everyone, of course not. Everybody can't walk away from their job. Everybody don't have the wherewithal. Everybody don't want to have a business. A lot of people just want to they want to be with their family. They want to live their life. They want to do the things that they want to do. And I don't see why we live in a country that fights that constantly and wants to keep it away from us. It is the craziest thing. Big Mama,
I
join
mean,
us. I'm going to give y'all
everybody.
the mic. Thank y'all
Oh
for
yeah, I
listening.
was
Go
saying
ahead.
everybody's desire is different. You feel me? What's up, big mom? Like like I think everybody desire differently. You feel me? Like, and you got a lot of people who have fear in their heart. They don't want to take the risk. Like shit, me like I had a conversation with a person telling me I have a lot to lose, and I told him I disagree. If I lose my house, if I lose everything to get today, right, materially, if I lose everything, I could duplicate this shit back again. You know what I'm saying? This ain't nothing to me. You know what I'm saying? Things come
Well,
and go.
yeah, that's exactly. You should be comfortable. And
Yeah.
we're not. We have been taught to do one thing and stick to it forever. That's why
Nah.
people lose
That's
it.
why I can't stay. That's why I can't stay complacent. Like, nah. You know what I'm
But you know
saying?
what? But check this out. This is what I'm trying to tell you, Serpent. The reason why you hear the craziness that comes out of the people that are supposed to be the elders of our community is the fact that they have also been indoctrinated. And even though they feel like they're trying to help you, they're saying things that are still detrimental. We are still in a war with who we are as a people, who we are as now we've been introduced to different things. We feel like other cultures and groups are getting better treatment than us. So that means we should, go against that. Everybody should know what I mean. I'm not going into no detail, but I don't care about those things. I care about knowing that I'm assisting a single mother with getting fresh fruits and vegetables to her baby. You know why? Because I'm going to sleep better at night, knowing that even if it's a few people, they don't have to go through that today. I don't know why I think that. I've always been this way. And it's like, but what I'm saying to you, and I'll wrap it up, I promise. The reason I say that is because when I've had these conversations over the years, I have been told to squelch it. That's never going to happen. You can't take care of everybody. That's not what I said. I said, how is it that we can give to the Red Cross during Christmas, but you can't believe that somebody can put something together to actually help people? It is this. I don't want to rock the boat because I'm not really willing to give up these comforts. What if? That's all you hear. These scenarios that has never happened. Why can't we just try it? We tried that before. No, we didn't. When? Tell me, please, because I ain't never read about that here in the United States.
You got niggas got a lot of fear. That's the thing. Like me, this is the reason why I like how you think, because me both know we been indoctrinated, but we're not indoctrinated because we question everything.
Well, yeah, we have both.
Yeah,
we question the indoctrination, and exactly, that's the twist that has us messed up. That's why some of us don't really know how to step into that. People they feel confused. Oh, I shouldn't do this. Do what you want. Just don't hurt nobody. You don't have to. You have a choice. No one is making you do these particular things. Stop blaming it on, oh, well, that must be the devil. Oh, that must be the devil making me. No, stop. That's you doing it, bruh.
Yeah.
Stop
people know what they're doing, though. Yeah, like
stop.
I'm glad you said that. Like people know what they're doing. but also real stuff. Chocolate. Like I love what you're saying, because see what you're saying. You want to contribute to the world, like I contribute to the world. Like be of service. You get what I'm saying? Provide that service for the people, for the community.
Exactly.
But you got people out here would say to, oh, you trying to save the world? No, we just
why not though? But here's the thing, Serpent. I will say yes. You know why? Because I don't give a shit anymore. I'll say yes. If that means saving the world to you, because that's what it means. You're the one saying, oh, you trying to save the world. Well, obviously something going on with you, because that's making you feel bad. Ain't nobody asked you to do it. I don't mind doing it. But then if I find it interesting that people who, because I'm not the only one, but for people who actually want to make change, you are, what's the word? You are more willing to be a part of a lie or something that's more delusional, because you got to be delusional too as well to be a entrepreneur, because you got to believe in what you're doing. And even if it hasn't come to fruition yet, you got to believe in it in your head before you touch a piece of paper. That's what I did. Anyway, for me, I believe. Anyway, moving back to what I said, I'm so sorry. And welcome, Purple. Thanks for coming up.
Hi, Pumpkin.
What's up, Purple?
Hi.
When we take it to this level of pretending as though we have to, ain't we tired? I'm tired. That's why I said I'm not arguing with nobody no more. Not especially not on these streets, honey. Please stop.
But it goes back
to what because what is this done? But I'm thankful though that I have gone through it, but I understand quickly. I got it now. I got the answer for me. And so it's like, if there needs to be enough of us out here being as positive as possible, even though it's not popular, because people are listening and we can connect to other human beings no matter what. Somebody that you've never talked to before could listen to your words and be affected by it, just like we are. Music, writing, reading books, like poetry. Come on. It's so insane to me that we want to put this mask up like this is such rocket science. Stop. No, quit it. But all right, welcome, Purple. Please add your piece, and y'all got it. I'm gonna pause up. I'm thirsty.
Okay, thank you. I think a better term instead of delusional is bracing impotence, which means that you're just going for it, irregardless of what's going on around you. Because let's be real, the naysayers have never made history, and they're a part of maintaining the status quo. The status quo clearly isn't working right now. In certain areas, McDonald's is paying people $31 an hour because they're actually having to deal with the consequence of recognizing now that if you're not willing to pay a livable wage, people are not going to work for you. Especially when I can work from home, I can be with my kids, I can decide where I'm going to work, I get to decide how much I get paid.
Purple.
For work.
Purple, you kind of breaking up, baby.
Okay,
like it's kind of like a crumble in the back.
Okay, let me go.
Do you want to come out and come back in?
Yeah, I'll do that.
All right, come on back up.
I like what you were saying though.
Oh yeah, definitely. I know that there's people, like I said, this many people wouldn't be willing to have this conversation if we didn't believe the same things. You can find your tribe. It just is, are you willing to put your neck out to really find them?
Right.
And are you willing to be that vulnerable so
Most
that you
people
can
not.
connect with other people?
Most people are not willing to do that though.
And I'm completely with you, sexy toy lady, but I want to prove them wrong. I'm tired of hearing the negative of our community. I want to prove them wrong. I will say that in anybody's face. I want to prove you wrong. Because you want to continue to shit on the same community that you swear you want to help. And that blows my mind. What are we doing? What does that even mean? And then we pander to these people that are taking this money and doing absolutely nothing with it but what they want to. How did it benefit our community? And it does bother me. And that's why I said, I'm going to get it off my chest. Whether people agree or not, that's fine. But I'm going to utilize my First Amendment. Now, is that my First Amendment? Is that the First Amendment, free speech, I believe?
Yeah, free speech.
All right. Thank you very much. I just want to make sure. And that gives me the opportunity to say what's on my mind in this form. Because there was a point in time in this country that we had to be completely quiet. If we didn't have our own, we had nothing. We're still in the same situation. Just because you're able to buy a brand new car, just because they allow you to buy a house, because they are allowing you to do it, because they know how hard we will work to get what they want, to get what they have, because that is the only thing that has been dangled in front of us, that if we get to this level, that this is going to be how you become peace within yourself. And we find out it's a lie, and it's devastating. That big house, that them 2 cars, that them good jobs, it still is not enough. Because it's about your human ability, your human connection. Whether people want to deal with it or not, it's there. Stop pretending like you don't run your brain, because you can. It is comfortable for people to be submissive, because that keeps them out of harm's way. Protect me. I'm not gonna knock nobody for that, because it's just like, I'm not the police, but I'm thankful there are some of them do good jobs and a lot of them don't. But I'm still thankful that there is a form of security that I can reach out to help protect me. I'm not in a position to protect myself at this very moment. So you don't do anything alone. We were born into this. So now that we can see it from all sides, Why not try it a different way when the opportunity is there? And I'll let y'all have it. I think Purple is in the back. I'm gonna mute up.
I don't think it's nothing wrong for being vulnerable at all. I just like sex toy lady said, like I want her like be elaborate more on sex toy on that, like about vulnerability, because I don't think there's no wrong being vulnerable to one another. Now of course a lot of people have lack of trust, you know what I'm saying? They don't want, you gotta have the right people. But I always tell people, if people use that against you, you know what I'm saying, for by you living your truth, don't feel ashamed that you live your truth. You live your truth. You feel me? You gotta have
Mm-hmm.
thick, you gotta have thick skin in this world. You get what I'm saying? Because this world is not gonna hold you, cattle you. You know what I'm saying? It's not gonna do none of that for you.
Well, it's the world keeps us fine. It's the human beings within it.
Yeah, you
I
right. Well,
can't.
that's what I mean. What I'm saying.
Oh, I know
So,
what I know what you mean. No, 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 no. Don't, please don't take it as I'm correcting you at
yeah,
all.
no, no, you
I'm
good.
saying that when I think about how me as a facilitator, I use myself as an example because this is the path that these are the things that led me to what I'm doing at this very moment. So, as a facilitator, when I used to have to get reviewed, right? And have these conversations with my manager about, because they come in and sit, in the back of the class, whatever, whatever. So they also would take surveys about who they liked and who they didn't like. They wanted, that was it. It was a contest of
What?
who was better. Oh, honey, listen. Shoo, I ain't signed no DNA. I mean, not DNA. NDA. I have to tell y'all another day. But yeah, so I used to get this. It was unbelievable every time I would hit that mark. Bow. Everybody wanted to be in my class. You had adults telling other adults, "You need to come over here and get in my class." I'm teaching the same thing, but because I allow myself to be vulnerable, because I allow myself to be as authentic as I could in the classroom and be professional. Sometimes not so much, but it was the connection with these different strangers that I would have in my classroom for 4 or 5 weeks, and how some of those people I still to this day, if we run into each other, they call in my name like I'm old family. So I know it's possible, and I've met other people like that that you instantly connect with, and not on a sexual sense. I'm speaking to another man, another woman. I have male friends. I have female friends. You know, I know I don't have as many from any other community, but I know of. However, um, I leave myself open minded to the fact that people have nuance. When we argue about not all, not that's just a comforting way to say it's not you, but it is. Or you are refusing to believe that it's the majority, because then that means you're going to have to kick in as a human being. You ain't doing enough, son. It ain't enough. And they don't want to hear that. I was on a panel one time and I had just had enough. And so when I had asked the question, I got to get all this pushback and all this mouth from all these men. And I'm not afraid to talk to men. I've worked with them. I appreciate the fact that my dad kind of just threw me into that as a young girl, being around grown men, and they're no different. It's just different skin suits, but it's the same shit. So, with all that being said, it's like it came to me, or I felt confident enough to go, you know what? However, I got to get this done, crawl, scrape, I don't mind. What is going to make me feel good and make me feel like I'm doing what I said I'm doing? As long every day I can wake up and do it, I'm going to get closer to that. But that's my life personally. Now, within that personal, I also am aware that I have, for that lifestyle to take place, I still got to have what is called money coming into my life. So how can I make money, take care of myself, give myself this freedom, and be the community service person I want to be? So that's why this took me about a good, what I want to say, 4 or 5 years to plan, because I wanted it to all be circular. I wanted the money to be moved and be able to pay people and be able to offer things that other companies or communities or nonprofits can offer, because I want this to succeed. So yeah, let me pause real quick. Go ahead, Purple Serpent, Big Mama, y'all got it.
Can you hear me better now?
A little bit. Go ahead, babe.
Okay. What I was saying is that the naysayers is always going to be the naysayers. That's what they do. They're part of maintaining the status quo. So the naysayers never make history anyway. So you pay them the dust that they deserve. I am so proud of the work that you're doing, Chocolate Foundation.
Oh, thanks.
Through the same process, and I was seeing your advertisement at the bottom. Scroll across the street. I was like, that's right. That's what I was supposed to be doing.
I wanted to make sure everything was on point. It took me a lot longer than I wanted to. It's a sweet and simple website, but my deal was I wanted to make sure it offered, as much information about what we're trying to do. So I appreciate it. And like that's all I was saying. Yeah, I had let some folks get in my head for free. That's okay, sexy toy lady. I ain't going nowhere yet. If you decide to come back up. But
that's why you got me on. I'm gonna
wait, you breaking up just a little bit. You breaking up just a little bit more. Go ahead. Would you say it again?
I'll say that's why you got me on because I'm gonna pull a little suckers out of there. No, ma'am.
But that's what I'm saying. Like when I have been watching like what's been going on, of course, after the derailment in Ohio. Now that's a whole town poisoned. We know. Surfer, where you go? He sound like he inside of a tube. Where'd you go? You far away, sir. I can hear you, but it sound like you in a little tunnel.
Look, what underground hole you call it?
He under the tunnel. Bruh. Nah, you in the cartoon right now. Like that's you Carmen Sandiego. I know that was before your time. Carmen Sandiego, they bringing her back. Listen here. Anyway. Me too. Girl, listen, I watched all that stuff. I was a straight corn ass nerd and I do not care. I did all the weirdo things that people consider me weird. And see, it's crazy because even though we was raised in the hood and my mom wasn't pretentious, right? She was very, even when she didn't want to do things or allow us to do things, she did it, biting her lip, blood just leaking off the side, right? Because she knew what it was like to be oppressed within her own home. Because my grandmother was a straight oppressor, right? And then she turned around and married a man who was an oppressor. These things added up. These things connected. So for her, it was important. She instilled love your freedom. And see, as I was going through life, I started being bullied because I loved my freedom instead of wanting to be caked up with like 3, 4 kids. I wasn't being a woman. It didn't matter that the different accomplishments I had done. It didn't matter that I was trying to, work in the community. It was always, oh, you too pretty to be out here doing this. Or, that's okay, girl. That's sweet that you want to do that. That poo poo talk. And I'm just like, bruh, okay, that's enough.
I mean, I don't think. Oh, my bad. Go ahead, baby mama.
No, I was just going to say that, consistency yields results. And the more that you keep going forward every day, that's it's gonna everything's gonna fall into place for your
Thank
body.
you. I
Hmm.
believe that, and I believe that for you as well.
Thank you.
I want to see
I
what
fuck with both of
you were
y'all.
sharing with me. I'd like to see that offline. It doesn't mean that we're, besties and we got to live each other's house and know some old craziness. It is just, why can't I help you? Even though we might be in different states, we might be in different cities, we may never see each other physically, but we help each other in ways. We promote each other's businesses. These are things that don't take away from the other person. It becomes an equal playing field because everybody's on the same footing and they being honest about it. A lot of
And
times when it's about that kind of stuff, people aren't being honest.
and I heard you say earlier that you wanted to hold wait till everything was right with your foundation. And with mine, I went ahead and came out with it because I have a history and background in my family where different organizations and things are started. So I have that foundation already. And, that background of doing that type of work, within my family. So, I'm glad
Well,
you
like I
finally got
said,
everything.
oh yeah, and like I said, you guys are definitely a part of why I continued on. Because I've met all types of people. See, I done jumped around and been on a little bit of everybody's panel and saying what I'm saying. Sometimes just to get a reaction because I know ain't nobody gonna give me no real answer. But then a lot of times I be serious. I'll tell you, 80% of it I be real serious on here. But like that 20%, I leave for the fuckery because I know it's coming. My favorite is when I was asked all these questions. I answer all the questions. Then, do you have a husband? No. Well, F you. And then he dropped off the panel. Like, what are you so mad at me about?
Wait, what?
I was going to make a comment about when y'all were talking about relationships
Go
earlier.
ahead. Yeah,
And
please. I'll come
being
back to that serpent. Go ahead. Go ahead, mom.
Yeah, being that you said that, it's people that I said when I was saying I was going to keep it 100, it's people that
Yeah.
we all could be with, but sometimes, we want what we want. And
Mm-hmm.
when we sort that out, then, we know that there's people that, that you're around or that you probably can be with, not you, but, in general.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah, as a human being, yes,
And
I
so
need to
it's no
be
need to beat yourself
around.
up. Yeah.
Yeah, you need to
Because I
be
mean,
around the type of people that you want to exist with. That is what I meant when I said about it's okay that everybody wants to find a tribe because indirectly or directly you do. When you go to work somewhere, you hang out with the people that you like. They may not be your besties. You might never see these people again, but you'll gravitate to those who you feel a little comfort with. It ain't like I'm ready to tell y'all my business, which some people do. Um, However, a lot of times you just link up and be like, okay, that's my work friend. That's why we say that.
but and then what really is the business? Because I see that a lot, the individualism and
Right.
because like you said, you read off some statistics, I believe, while you were on here. We know certain things about Black people.
Mm-hmm.
We know our economic status.
Right.
We know we have Black people that's doing good. But
Yeah.
like you said, no, you don't have to get in people's business, but at the same time, we go over and over and over, these
Mm-hmm.
things.
We got all these questions. We already know the answer. What more is there to talk about?
And when
It
I
was what to
understand,
Serpent said. People ain't ready for the knowledge. What knowledge is left? We need help in our community. There
yeah,
are too many people struggling in our community that we
Well, I ain't
identify
say
as.
hold on to knowledge. I just say pass that knowledge around.
right.
No, 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 not you, babe. Not
Uh,
you. I'm saying there are people who are saying that, and there are other people who are listening. It's just like here. I appreciate the fact that you guys want to have a conversation with me. Now, we may not agree on everything I say, and I may not agree with everything you say, but we can still respect each other and understand that we are just talking about two perspectives. It doesn't mean that one is better than the other. It's just that these are the excuse me, perspectives that we have. And then the truth is there in the middle because that's the factual stuff. But it's like we want to argue that you can't have that perspective, and that's just insane to me. That's that. Let me rock my head against the wall because I don't have anything else to do.
Yeah, that's the part that grinds my gears when people are trying to tell other people how to live their lives and they can't figure out how to live their own.
I'm glad you said that, Purple. That's why I was saying earlier, like, why should you tell people what to do with their life? Like, you should live your own life. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's funny how people try to tell, like, I can't tell Chocolate what to do in her household. Who the fuck am I to tell her that? You get what I'm saying? Or anybody, you feel me? But you supposed to
But
live your life.
Serpent, can I kind of bust your bubble real quick?
Buzz my bubble.
We've already been told what to do in our household. That's why we all have the same type of stories. They may be a little different, but our parents may have said the same things. This was before the internet. So that means that no matter what the medium, us as human beings have the ability to become sheepish and stay in that particular comfort. And then when we do start to question, it becomes a problem. And that's in everybody's scenario, no matter where you had both parents, one parent. If it was where you were bucking against what they were telling you about or going against what they felt you needed to do, oh honey, it was a problem. It's one of the biggest disrespects in the Black community that you can do. And then it puts us in this place where this pressure as Black people, all of these things are considered traumas. I had a straight argument with a grown man telling me that men can't have trauma.
Huh?
Men don't have traumas because we's as women's and uses a man's. I don't know.
So this is the reason why I don't take my advice from niggas.
Use a man's and I'm a one's. Well, yes, ma'am.
You're about to make me pull out the old Southern.
Hey, child, let's go. I'm telling you, bless your heart, baby. Look,
I can't. I'm like,
you know I'm not lying. You know I'm not
lying. That's what's so sad. I know you're not lying.
I'm a man's as you. This is 2023, and I'm still here. I'm a man's as and use a woman's. You can't do that because you have. Excuse me. You have a lady parts. You can't do that.
Look, as soon as he said I'm a
Can I say
I would have said bless your heart, and it would
right. Purple, why your stuff be, man, where are you? You got to get somewhere else. You still crackling, and I want to hear everything you saying.
I may have to do my cell phone. I don't want to.
Go ahead, come back. I ain't going nowhere.
Okay.
All right then. Come on back. Can I sing that part to your little mind? Oh man, that was the song. Anyway, I'm so sorry. Go ahead, Serpent. Go ahead, baby.
I was gonna add contribute to this because
please.
It's funny you say that. Like, that's crazy. A dude tell you the man can't have trauma. You know, to be honest with you, Chuck.
Mm-hmm.
When my cousin came to my house, right?
Yeah.
Me and her was having a conversation. Same conversation we was talking about, the real and fake, but different one. I told my cousin I don't think a lot of men like women. They like to hit pussy, but outside of pussy, they don't like women. And
I'm gonna have to. Yeah. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, but
no. Go ahead.
I really do feel this way. Like, I really genuinely feel like a lot of dudes out here just like women. Like, I really feel this way. That's why I just can't. Like, if a guy said that to you, you know what I'm saying?
That's just one on the list. That's just one on the list.
This is one, you know. But
right,
you know what I'm saying? I just can't take my advice from a wounded person, a broken-hearted person. I just can't.
But see, this is the thing that this is okay. You said it. You prove my point. As a young man, you see, and I apologize. I'm not saying it like as your last saying, but as a younger man, you speak just like my brother. You know. He's not going to get online and say it, but I am proud that he allows himself to go, wait a minute, I can sniff out the bullshit. This don't even seem right. Nobody should be treated this way. Why is this going on? Blah 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 blah. Because I'm an information junkie, so I pass that on to him, right?
Well, yeah, but I'm actually glad you got a little brother like that because, okay, for example,
Mm-hmm.
let's make it make sense.
Okay.
I hate how a lot of dudes say, men are logical. I don't believe that. I'm gonna tell you why. Make it make sense to me like this. If a
Mm-hmm.
fat nigga come up to you and he got a whole alcoholic, he's alcoholic and he got beer belly and he telling you,
No.
no, listen.
No, I know. I'm sorry. It just made me laugh. Go ahead.
If he come up to you talking about men are logical and he trying to talk a good game to you, or
Mm-hmm.
any woman, right?
Right.
And telling you about your health, all this bullshit, be skinny, all this dumbass shit, and you look at his weight, over beast as fuck, you know what I'm saying? You know,
Mm-hmm.
you know, make it make sense how that's logical for a nigga to sit here tell another woman men are logical. It's just like I just had it was it was no debate, it was no argument. I got a little upset
Yeah.
of this older woman. She was saying
Mm-hmm.
about her brother told her and it was a man's nature to cheat. I got so upset.
Come on, man. Are we still
I got
saying
really,
that?
yeah, like I got really
Women
upset
cheat. What are we doing?
when
Why are go ahead, baby. I'm
no
sorry. That
no
one
I'm sorry.
blows
Look,
me away.
yeah, it bloods. Like I got upset because I'm like, man, this the most illogical shit that I ever heard. This is
Oh
not,
my God.
you know what I'm saying? This is not true. You know what I'm saying? So,
Right.
but I hate how people say that stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like I just feel bad. I don't know. I don't feel bad. I'm sorry, but not sorry. But it's just that I can get upset. You feel me? Like I ain't like
But
that.
you have, but
But
you know what? Because it's not right. I
yeah,
don't
it's not.
care.
Yeah.
Now, you can say whatever you want. I ain't pandering or no shit like that. I'm telling a factual thing. Like you can figure this out. You can find this information out. Libraries still exist. If you don't believe what's on Google, go get you a book.
I always
I'm
take a bath.
telling you this. Human beings have not changed. You can read it in every book that's ever been written, journals, whatever, in describing human traits and how we do things. Women have been cheating since cheating. Men have been cheating since cheating. Now, here in the United States, I think if for every, and I guess they're counting every heterosexual man, per 100 men is like 102 women. That's still not a lot. And then you have to count what may be wrong with these women. Some of these women might be married already. Some of these women be disabled. What if they fugly? Let's stop pretending the reasons why there is a lot of single people, period. Because now we don't want to have to just take anybody just because you say, being married is the thing to do. It's like I'm gonna give it to you this way, Serpent, and this is as truthful as I can get with it. For the last 70 years, okay, let's go 70 years, 80. I'm sorry, let's go 80 years. For the last 80 years, they have been pumping the same story into everybody's brain.
Oh Lord.
70 years.
So really, nothing really changed.
Nothing changed because, well, it always changes into something different, and this evolves. It evolves to a different language. It evolves to a different medium. It evolves in a different way. So, like how now, when the conversation is more about, we have so much information, we have our hands, we're holding computers in our hands. We can
Right.
we can connect with anybody across the world in a matter of moments, and we're still in the same generations and people that was like, damn, what happened to the rotary phone? You know what I'm saying? You could still go over somebody's house and find one of them circle phones. You're like, how do I dial? You know what I mean? Think about this. When cell phones started becoming more and more popular, you notice how the government got rid of the public payphones.
Oh yeah.
There used to be payphones on the highway.
Yep.
There's only certain parts of the country that you might find that. Why wouldn't you want to make sure your people stay safe? Just because, or make them, if you're taking out the payphones, make them charging stations. because people need a place to charge them. It amazes me how here in the United States we seem to want to do things in the most backwards way, but yet shame people that have a different way to do it that's gonna make it better. It's a game of chaos. And I do feel like with as much as I have done, as close as I have gotten, that the first thing I need to do is start with food. I need to start feeding people. Because when you start feeding people and really giving people giving a fuck about people, you see what happens. I'm not deeming myself no leader. All I want to do is be a part of making changes within the community.
Well, like you said, it's you want to contribute to the world, like you want to provide service. You get what I'm
Yeah.
saying? There's
Yes.
nothing wrong with that. I just hate how people don't have that information or that perspective to see it, but it is what it is.
Well,
We don't give a fuck,
but you also have to think about this though. You're talking about still a community of people that have been taught that if you just believe enough, if you just pray enough, things will work out right. Like it's almost like in one breath, if you take one step, then the Lord will take two with you. Or just you ain't praying hard enough, but you need to give me your money. Even though I know you're not making a living wage, we still out here funding these pastors trips to Italy, but ain't nobody. What are these people getting from this? They're not taking care of the homeless. They're not educating our children. Yes, at one point in time, church was the rock and community of the Black community. That was part of our identity. But when we started figuring out that they weren't doing anything for us, and they were just as bigger hypocrites yelling and screaming at us every Sunday, but they doing deep dirt. They got whole other families. So it's like, we know that humans are frail. We know that they can be flawed. We know that they don't always make the right choices. We know that there are different type of people in the world, and those same different types of people in the world are still in our community too. We have people who do bad things in our community. We have people that do great things. Some is some Sambos, some is this, some is that. That's fine, but there is still a group of people that we seem to miss. And those are the people who don't give a shit. They just need a help. They just need a help. That's insane. They just need help. They need a hand. That's what I'm trying to say. And then we shit on those people. And the reason it's important to me is because I've been those people. I've had everything and I've lost everything. And not because I did something bad. It was because of my health. I didn't have anyone to take care of me. I didn't have a backup plan because all my money was going to assist my family. They're not my children, but I was helping my sick mom and my brother and my sister. And nobody taught me, well, you need to, even though, you're young, you should have life insurance. You should have this and that. My mom and them didn't talk about that kind of stuff. Saving your money. How you can make this money work for you, because they're still going to make money off you no matter what. That's what insurance companies do. That's why they don't like to pay. They make money off your premium and you being healthy. But get this, here's the joke. They just want your premium. However, they want you to stay healthy, but they will not pay for procedures that will keep you healthy. Because that's at risk. No, we can't do that. We can only do this. We're going to patch you up a little bit. Do you know we still have Black doctors who are 5% of doctors across the country. I can't even imagine what they go through. That is predominantly right. When we talk about, because people, I've been told as well, I'm too passionate. I'm petty. So I analyzed it as this. For the good things that have been created in this country and in this world, you'd have to be passionate. Because I'll give you guys an example. Do you know that at one point in the same country, they did a study with these hospitals, these baby hospitals, right? One baby hospital, the babies was not making it, right? At a way higher rate than the other hospital. They did a study to figure out what was going on. One was a teaching hospital and one was the regular hospital, or some kind of other hospital. Just two hospitals. We'll leave it there. The reason that these babies' lives were shortened was because they weren't washing their hands. They put that man in a asylum because he was fighting to make people wash their hands as doctors. This is true. You can Google it, I promise you. Same country, same people, same bloodline, same thought process. So what do people think we actually have coming? These are the people we're playing against. I know that we say, oh, it's chess, not checkers. It ain't none of them games. It's a human game. You got to know how to read people. You got to know how to read the room. You got to know when to open your mouth and when to close it to navigate, to get what you need done. And we know it's true. We still have to work. Every country works with the enemy to get what they need done. And Black people act like we don't need to work with our enemy to get some shit done. Come on. Stop this. I'm over it. I don't care. That is ridiculous. Listen to what you're saying. You're living and working in the same system and then turn around and go, this is my enemy. But however, all we trying to do is match what your enemy is doing and be able to take care of it ourselves. So we're not dependent. But that's rocket science. That's crazy talking. Not from a woman's lip, because you's a woman's and I'm a man's, and you don't need to be acting this way. You need to go in the house, you need to go in the kitchen, you need to sit down and cook with some waffles. Ain't that what they want?
That's what they want.
That's what they want, right? They want maids that they can have intimate relations. That's right, YouTube. I'm on it. Intimate relations.
I could go a little bit deeper on that one. I was gonna say sex worker.
Don't say sex. I was trying. That's why I said intimate relations. Stop it. It's the same thing, sir. It's too late. This is private. Ain't nobody. Ain't nobody. Yeah, I'm gonna cut this. It was a Patreon. There you go. Anyway.
No.
No, I'm just
I
playing.
actually like what you're saying. I actually like what you're saying. But the thing is, I just, like I said,
I'm not gonna lie to you, Surfing. I apologize. I just want you to. I know what you're gonna say, and I know what probably Emma's gonna say in purple. But I have to say this. I would love to debate some of them dudes. I really, really would, but they never would do it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I really would like to have a debate with some of these manosphere dudes and really go deep with it, because I think it's necessary. Because if you are the person that's against me, I want to find out why. I want to hear your argument. Now, not because it is going to be make or break, but that's just that part of me as a human being, the curiosity of wanting to know why. Why in your mind you formulated this plan, yet you can't even explain why you feel this way. You don't want to do the work on yourself, but yet and still, for about 5-10 years, me and Black men was around here yelling about Black women having daddy issues. That was a time.
Can I ask you that question?
Sure, baby.
I don't believe Black women do have daddy issues, but you know what? I could go 10 times deep. Why I say that?
Hey, what you doing? Oh, I'm so sorry. Go ahead, baby.
No, no. I
Not
was
you.
just.
It was my cat. He
Oh,
just lost his mind. Hold on.
yeah, you good. I'm just saying, like, I find it funny for dudes to say that though. I really do. You know what I'm saying? Um, cause like me, like my dad died a long time ago. You know what I'm saying? Shit. Even my sister, like, her dad's not out there in her life and shit. But see, we cool. You know what I'm saying? Um, it's like my sister, for example, like, you know, she been to me like she don't need her dad like that. She cool without it. You know what I'm saying? It's not like hurting her, like affecting her and shit. You know what I'm saying? So I kind of like, in a way, kind of disagree with dudes say, you know, black women have daddy issues. You know what I'm saying? Have I seen women had you know, quote unquote so called been affected by, you know, not having a father? Because for real, I know situations that I don't want to get too deep, too vulnerable about it, but you know what I'm saying? Because I don't know, some women in this room might feel affected by it, but I had literally seen some fathers beat up their own daughters. You get what I'm saying? And the thing
Well,
is,
see, the sad thing about it is hasn't changed.
it has not. Yeah,
Men
I
men
swear my
have
heart.
been
Yeah,
allowed, right? Men have been allowed as a class that they could put their hands on their children and their wives, and we were all property. This is how they looked at us in this same country we stand on.
Do you think?
Hmm.
Do you think that's just disgusting? Oh, I'm sorry, Purple. Go ahead. My bad, man.
No problem, sweetie. I was
Oh
going
yeah,
to
you sound
say,
great. Go ahead, Purple. You got it.
thank you. I was going to say that us not being property is a very recent phenomenon. A lot of the issues that you're hearing from these men, Serpent, is because um, there there's been an entitlement to women for so long, and they they're not understanding that what the men before them could do, they are no longer able to do because women aren't dependent on them anymore. They can go out and work just like the man can. They can have accounts in their names. They can own land and whatever. So the necessity for a woman to marry for her survival is no longer that scenario anymore. But they still want to function like we're still living back in past times where that was the case. They
Girl,
do
they
not
trying
want
to
to
go back to
update.
1932, child.
Shit, not even in 1918. Chocolate.
Right, they going back to six. They want to go back to the 1600s. I'm gonna be real. You hear some of this stuff. Oh, but wait a minute. Just to change the subject real quick, they actually no, baby, you fine. Um, they are there are labor law issues across different states where they are trying to roll back the labor laws, y'all, so that they can hire children and make a profit. Like it's the depression. And if you don't know anything about it, Google it. That's exactly what they ended up doing. It was the industrial age. Children were working in mines in this same country. What I find interesting is how we pretend as though humans are all trustworthy, but we have to continuously make laws to stop humans from doing certain things. We have to do certain things to deter certain actions where humans are concerned, because we know by practice that some humans are different. Some people have traits that are dangerous, some people that have traits that are great, but there is a lot of in between. So there are other people who understand that. But when it comes down to our community and how we want to break down what is happening in it, instead of looking at it from the totality of this, yes, okay, so we're all aware of why these things are happening. So now let's dissect as to how we can replace what they have and make it better, and and make it better, make it profitable, and give opportunity. Though all those things can be in the same pot. I hear other countries all the time. I read about other countries. I watch documentaries about other countries and how they run their companies. They just don't want to do it. That's the simple answer. They don't want to do it, and they know we're not going to do it. That's why they don't even fight us. Yeah, all right, whatever you're going to do. Yeah, reparations. Sure. Come on in the court.
Are we still on that shit?
Yes. There's a section. Right. There's a sect of us who are on that. It's a sect of us who are, with uh this location and over here. I'm gonna be real with you. I'm not affiliated with anything.
Me too. I was gonna tell, man.
That's why I try to talk to everybody, because I don't want anybody to get the impression that I am just for one type of Black person. I know that there are different types in different ways. I have had the opportunity to meet these different type of Black people. So it's like, if I have the opportunity to speak to them in their language and get assistance so that I can help other people, I don't care. A dollar is green. Now, I ain't saying I'll take it from anybody. If you a creep, I don't know. If you cash app it, I don't know. However, I'm going to take that creep's money and turn it into something so somebody ain't got to go to bed hungry. I know what it's like to go to bed hungry. I know what it's like to not have lights. I know what it's like to be like, oh, you got to put some water in your milk. Hello, Dark Chameleon. Welcome. If it's your first time here, thank you so much, chat. I hope you guys are enjoying the conversation. I appreciate you hanging out. We're just talking about any and everything that has to do with the realities of what's happening in our community. We're talking about everybody getting the same treatment. So if you feel it in your frogginess, hit the link, come on up, share your opinion. Yes, I'm long-winded, but hopefully you'll enjoy the conversation. Jump on in. All right, back to what we were saying.
No, I was actually agree with what you're saying, and I actually agree with Purple said earlier about
Here you go again. You're in the comic book. I don't know what you're doing.
Who, me?
Yes, you sound like you done stepped inside the toilet paper roll.
Oh
Lord. You know how you talk through the toilet paper roll like as a little kid.
All right, can you hear me? Make sure you can hear me.
All children do that. They put their mouth on the toilet paper roll.
But my quick question is, do you think as a woman, do all women have quote unquote this daddy issues? Because like I said earlier, like I have
yes. Let's address it. Yes.
That's what I'm saying. Like do you think as a Black woman specifically, you know what I'm saying? Do you feel like all women have quote unquote daddy issues? Because like I said before about my sister, like her dad's alive, but she don't feel no type of way about, you know what I'm saying, anything like having her dad around and shit like that. She Gucci, you know what I'm saying? She good, you know what I'm saying? But I just want to know your thoughts on that. Like,
well, first I'm gonna say this: all women have daddy issues. That's our first relationship we either have or don't have. Now, the issues may be good, the issues may be bad. When the Black men that were using that, they were trying to weaponize it by saying that we were okay. It's deflection, like you was talking about earlier. The who's projecting. We had a whole era that Black men were projecting, going, "Oh, it's you, not me." Right. So here's some more work that Black women felt they need to do. But see, you know what's funny? Here's what ended up happening. Yes, there were Black women who just was like, okay, I'm going to do XYZ because I want a husband. And then in the middle of that, they found out who they were and realized that they could have done this whether they have a man or not, that they have the right to be just be. That don't have to follow every step that these human beings that sit around and came up with. Because that's all it is. Somebody sat down, was like, I'm in charge. I got here first, so we're going to make this up. And so it's just changed and been moved around and made better or made worse. But it's the same shit. But to specifically answer your question, I apologize.
No, you
do. The reason why I say that is just like all men have mommy issues. Whether it is good or bad or indifferent, we all have been imprinted by our parents, whether it was step parents, a cousin, an uncle, whoever was a guardian to you, whoever poured life into you in the sense of trying to help you navigate through our society. So these are titles. So like I said, when people say shit like, "Oh, you got daddy's issues," that's just a way for you to try to insult me. That because, like, what are you saying, that I'm supposed to know what a romantic relationship is because I have a father? Do you see what I mean? Like, the usage of it makes no sense. So that's how you know it's projection, because you can't make that make sense. So what you're saying to me is the reason why my romantic relationship is not working with you is because I had issues with my father, who was a part of bringing me into the world, whose relationship is going to be similar but way different in some cases. So we play this game like, oh, this is what men do, this is what women do, and if you don't fit into that circle, then you are the creep, you're the fucktard, you are the one that's not gonna make it. And people take their own lives under that pressure. For what reason? But then we think people who live out in the middle of nowhere in a forest hut by themselves, I used to think that's crazy. Why would you want to do that? Now I'm doing the same damn thing. I'm trying to do the same thing. And the reason is because when you see it from there are certain perspectives that once you see it, you can't unsee it. You can't pretend like it's not there anymore.
But do you think? Can I ask you a question? Like,
Sure, please.
do you think? Remember, we talked about indoctrination earlier.
Yes.
Do you think that's a mindset of indoctrinated perspective to look at that perspective?
Mm-hmm. All of it plays. It's almost like this. When we think about how computers are made. We joke and we say AI and all of that stuff is horrible, blah blah blah, but it's patterned after the human brain. We get information in like milliseconds, right? Like quickly. Something hurt your toe, boom, your brain has sent information you've downloaded or sparked. That's what this is. This is a load of information, the different parts of our brain. Some people use, and there's no such thing as, oh well, you use 100%. You're always using 100% of your brain because there's different parts of it that run different parts of your body.
I'm actually
So
glad you said that.
you can feed, just like you feed your mouth, you feed your stomach, you can feed your brain. That's why they say, okay, if you read, yes, reading opened up more doors for people. There are still adults that don't know how to read in this country. They don't know our language. They only know what they've just spoken hand to hand. Are they worse? Yeah, we try to play them people off. Oh, you stupid. I can't believe. But this is our society, isn't it? Why can't we
Yeah.
help these people get what they need? Especially if we already got it. And everybody don't have to do it. See, this is the cool thing about it, whisper time. Everybody don't have to come. I'm not asking everybody to understand that. If you do, you do. You don't, you don't. It's not a cult. This is just being a human in my eyes, my perspective. Now, if certain parts resonate, hey, great, we can talk it through. I have no intention of trying to take people and be out in the woods swinging from side to side. All I want to do is build my home, have my greenhouses, and make, at least get this first goal done, to see it happen, to know that I am assisting other people. Because I've even been told this, and then I'll mute for a second, that isn't it wrong for you to prosper off, the I can't think of the word, prosper off of that the fact that they're down and make money off them. I thought that was the strangest question, because isn't that what everyone do? That is capitalism, which we live under. So you have to do it that way. at first, and you can then, once you have enough money, you can change it. And we know that this is true. I know that there's true. Like, for instance, black people say ain't no black banks. That's not true. There's 46 of them.
Actually, there's several of them. And matter of fact, there's not only black banks. There's black oh my God, wine companies. There's it's a whole thing, Hunty.
Well, see,
And
that's the thing. It has to be connected. That is it. If we were connected, and not so much as, oh, you got to do this, you got to do that, but if black folks unionized, that's it. That's all it is. We put your power together and you make the demands that you can get done. That's what every group does. But it may be people that lead that may be the unexpected. Because it's like, do we go, okay, I'm just going to keep talking about the black community and it's okay, and here go another generation, because we got babies coming up real quick. Because all the Gen Zers, they went back to World War One, start bopping up them babies back how it used to be.
Oh, Lord.
Mm-hmm. Got a lot of kids. So it's like, when people say to you that, oh, well, your dream is too big or that's crazy, I disagree. Try it, build it, do it. This is you only get one life. Somebody gonna look. This is the advice. Here you go, everybody, free advice. They don't care. The people either are gonna like it or they don't. They're gonna tear you down. They're gonna talk shit about you, no matter what happens, whether you do good or whether you do bad, and we see it. It's just who is the majority. And if the majority of your supporters are people who are for you and assist you and do such and such, those are the people you ride for, not the people in the back over there trying to cause some problems. And that's it. We focus on the loud minority when we know in our hearts we know it's not true. That's why I said we have to combat it and be just as loud, even louder. Because I'm tired. I don't feel like being angry black all the time. That's why I don't watch slave movies. The last one I watched was Amistad.
Oh, Lord.
I don't I only watch Amistad. That's it. Because I don't like, okay, that's gonna make me mad every time, so I don't want to do that.
I call
So
it trauma porn at this point.
I don't even care anymore. I don't care about black movies now. Like, I don't. Go on somewhere. We can always make movies, buddy. You got a phone, make a movie. I'm talking about real tangible things to make people be productive. It bothers me that you got almost 500,000 people homeless out here. So that means while I'm sleeping in my bed, even though my position may not be the best, but I got a bed and somebody out here sleeping in the tent in the grass. But this country, great, girl, we good. We don't need to do nothing about that. We don't need to do nothing about the fact that, our children is, doing things they shouldn't be doing, and they out here going to, jail over some bull, and now they're caught up in the system. We don't need any like programs, and we don't need to put our money into anything that was going to benefit. What are you talking about? It's just gonna work itself out when that man come back. 79% of black people believe that still. Or they still use the same things. Oh, we was bombed. How long ago was that, sir? Then I have the argument, well, okay, it was bombed, but there's like 12 or 13 black, flourishing, predominantly black, upper middle class places that have not been bombed, and they've been there. Then it's, what you talking about? You crazy. Do you have a husband? That's how they get.
There's a whole movement now of buy back the block, where people are actually buying whole city blocks in their neighborhood.
Yeah.
So people are doing things, and like I said, I pay dust to people who are just naysayers that sitting on their hiney and ain't doing ish. I I don't need to hear nothing from you. If you're not doing nothing, if you're not contributing nothing, then you can kick rocks. Cause like my mentor um
Hit the
always
Cash
talked
App,
about
family. That's the only way we're gonna get it done. No, I'm sorry. Let me stop
always
playing.
always hinting at brazen impudence,
Hmm.
where you're just you're gonna do what you're gonna do, regardless of what you see around you. You're not accepting no for an answer. It's gonna be what it is. Because now there's a movement called being delusional, and what they're really talking about is being brazen impotence, knowing that you are creating your own reality, that you have the power in your own reality to do whatever it is that you want to do, and you don't need permission. You can be unapologetic about it.
Well, yeah, because I found that it takes more energy for me to worry about other people's thoughts of me. Of course, I think of other people who I'm trying to engage or assist. Those people are who I'm worried about, what they will think of me. But when I give my energy, which I've had and I'm learning not to, and that's an everyday thing, the people that are going to say what they're going to say. It doesn't matter what you do. We hear it all the time. On the internet, a person could do something good, like that stuff with Mr. Beast. Did you hear about that?
No, what did Mr. Beast do? I love me some Mr.
So
Beast.
Mr. Beast paid for these eye surgeries for like 1,000 people.
Oh yeah, I did hear about that. And people
So
are
you
trying
got
to.
one, right. So you got one side, of course, going, wow, you did this procedure. And the only reason that a lot of these people didn't get the procedure is because they don't have insurance or the insurance won't pay for it. So on one side, this is, you think out the gate, what argument would there be? Oh, yes. He shouldn't have recorded it. He making money off of it. Yes, the same money that he using to help these people. Why you mad? Because he helping people with his money. Isn't that just like what?
Because there's always going to be people who are able to bitch about anything.
Yeah, that's what I
Like,
think. That's what I think. It's just that you just got me. You
and
just
see, one of
mean in your
one
heart.
of the gifts I had being raised by my father, and then wound up having found spiritual people that were similar to my father is I give zero fucks what you think. I don't care. Because at the end of the day,
Hmm.
what you think doesn't matter in my reality. Because I get to determine what happens in my little hemisphere.
Right.
So when
It
it's time
there's
for
a
me to move,
balance.
when it's
Yeah.
time for me to do my things, whether it's spiritually or doing the stuff that I do to help other people, I don't need your permission. I'm not asking you for permission. I'm going to do what I do.
Well, see,
And
there you go. There's that balance. But here's the other part of
mhm,
it that we also have to normalize. Yes, there are people that you worry about what they think. Your loved ones, the people you try, your audience, so on and so forth. Nothing wrong with that. That is a part of why we do what we do. I'm getting on here because I don't want nobody to like me. What? That's a blatant lie. That part is a lie. You do want people to be genuinely interested in what you're talking about. That's what for me. And either connect, find solutions, talk about solutions, run the numbers, let's play around. What can we do to better what we see is crumbling around us? However, again, being positive isn't popular, which is cool with me because I've never been popular. So that's fine. I just think that the more time we waste, the worse it gets. And if I can utilize this platform and Instagram and I don't know if I can say that, whatever. Any of those things to make this happen because I feel like this is what will get people started with what they need. That's all I want to do, you know? But yeah, it is. It's very interesting in the sense, especially uh being on these YouTube streets. I am amazed at some of the stuff that come out of people's mouth. Amazed. You know, and it's like I know there are people you can have an intelligent conversation with. I know it is. I'm talking to
Absolutely.
her right now.
Because just like I went on TikTok, I was talking, went into this room, and this lady kept coming into the same room on a regular
Mhm.
basis to be offended. Like,
She ain't got nothing to do.
how simple do you have to be to keep going into a space just so you could be offended? Because,
She ain't had
first
nothing
of
to
all,
do. That's why.
it's not your community, so, and clearly you don't, according to you, you don't want to be a part of it. So why do you keep coming into it?
Sure,
Because you can't
sure.
control your life, so you're trying to control somebody else's.
Well,
Your
that's how
issues,
it's
your
been.
triggers belong to you. They don't belong to nobody else. They're not
What do you mean?
obligated to sit up there and to soothe your triggers. That's a you job. That's your monkey, your parade.
I like it.
Nobody
Well,
else's.
that's your monkey, that's your parade. You know what? I do. I do. I love that. Let me tell you something. I'm to the place now where, and it is such a, it's still a struggle, but it's such a cool place to be because I have had a lot of tragedy around me in the last few years. And Chocolate Earth, Chocolate Earth Foundation, me putting myself into it, help pull me out of that. Because again, and I don't care how many times I tell the story, my mother is the reason why I even continue to do this. She's a huge part of it because it all just started with me wanting to build her house. That's it. I wanted her to have a home of her own, and I knew I could create that, and so that's what is the exciting part of it because it's almost like a challenge because now I have to prove that I'm correct. I gotta I gotta pull up my I gotta put on my big petty panties. That's it. That's all. I think that's it. Just pop them off like that.
I'm not in the rabbit hole, right?
No, did you get out of the rabbit hole? Okay.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
was like, where'd he go?
I'm right here. I'm right here.
He's
No, I'm
down
just
there.
But yes, I appreciate y'all so much for coming up here. Y'all believe
No, we
it's been
good.
3 hours already?
No, I want to continue on the conversation. I
No,
got so much.
I'm not closing it
Oh,
up. No, no, no,
oh, I'm
no.
about
I
to say,
just
I just love the conversation.
Yeah, I'm enjoying the conversation
Oh,
too.
I am too. I am too. And I appreciate, like I said, please feel free to jump
Oh,
in because
oh, by
I,
the way, did I tell
huh?
you our family got a cat now?
What's your cat name?
Her name is Lucille, but we also call her Lucy.
Ooh, oh well, I got a boy.
Congrats on your cat.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes,
She's a
that's
little
funny.
bossy cat. It's a trip child. She adopted us.
Oh, yep, that's exactly how it happened. I think that's to all black families.
Yes.
Families
Look, she
like when we get our pets, they just show up like, oh, okay.
look, she got on my soul one night. I was like, honey, no, we don't do that here. No, ma'am.
Man, I know, and it's so crazy because when you stop and think about it,
Hmm.
animals are bilingual, yo. Like they can talk to everybody. Get what cats do all over the world.
Wait a minute. Have you seen the video on TikTok where the cat signs to its owner because she realized that he couldn't hear her meow, so she came up with her own way to get her owner's
That's just,
attention and
what
stuff?
I be so impressed with people like that. Because I'm gonna tell you something, I'm not doing all that work. I'll just be like, can you write?
Now I have a cat go in. Can you bring? That's silly.
Can he pick up a pen and write it? What? I'm just saying.
You need a timeout. Talking about
Oh,
can the
just you
cat
wait.
get a
Hold
pen and
on.
write?
No, 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 no. Don't go nowhere. You wait. Just you wait. I got some more for you, baby.
I
I
cannot with
told you
you.
it's over. I've introduced myself. You know who I am, and this is me. And so it's like, um, I
Keep
really don't care.
keep
I respect those who, and I appreciate everybody who's giving me an opportunity to be on the panel and say my speech. But I'm gonna be very rare when that comes to play, because the things I want to talk about are only going to get talked about if I talk about them. And the fact that you guys come and support it, and I know you guys have conversations that are similar, it does help. Even a
yeah,
little bit,
yeah.
that little bit of nudge of, okay, I ain't the only one out here feel this way.
Yeah, because she inspired me because I have been talking to my family
Oh,
about
stop
that,
it.
getting some
Yeah.
acres of land and doing it, and doing some of it already in here.
Yeah.
Because, we can, all the stuff you were talking about, we can implement now.
Yeah.
But,
It's nice. This will be the great time.
so,
Great time to do it.
have you noticed there's a big movement on TikTok talking about buying land and the benefits of buying the land and stuff and selling land now?
Well, yeah, well, because,
So,
I think, like,
I
for
love seeing
instance,
shifts like that because
yeah, well, it's going to
we
have
weren't
to
seeing it
happen.
as much.
Well, see, this
Yeah.
is a survival move, because it's going to have to happen because of what, our government has been allowed to do, because we
Mhm.
don't have a strong say as far as the working poor or poor people or, lower middle class, and I'm only using these in the statistical sense, not that everybody is in these categories, but it just gives you a roundabout. This is how they look at us. It's not like they going around counting every one of us. They put us in particular categories to keep tabs.
Mhm.
And like I said, and they work. And when I say they, I mean the companies that want that continuous, they want our creativity, they want us to work for them. Because when you stop and think about it, if you don't have employees to work a company, like, say for instance, if every Amazon worker walked off right now across the world, it would go
That's
bankrupt.
that's the other thing I'm loving.
Right. So
Moving
you
towards the
have to
spaces
have
to you in the
people.
house.
Right. Like, but you have to have people. But here's where I have always had an issue. Why is it that you got to have people to make it work? You got to have people who want to do this job. And why not praise them and treat them well because they choose to do this to help you become wealthier?
Oh, did
No,
you hear?
that's crazy. I'm crazy talking.
Did you hear about the business that did exactly that? And they were talking about how they were going to go bankrupt and all this other
Yeah.
crap. And then when it hit the fan, his workers were still coming in and working faithfully because he
Yeah.
took care of his people.
hmm Because you can do it.
Mhm.
But when you have these huge companies, it's like, nah, we can't do that. We gotta pay you 10 cents. Shut up and take it. But
Mhm.
we gonna charge you 85,000 a month in rent, and your credit better be good. And we gonna make you do this.
Because there was one company that I saw that treated his workers so well. They actually said they felt guilty about calling in because he treated them well. He had like the daycare center on site for them, had fitness on site. He went all out for his workers, so their needs were being met while they were working for him. I was like,
But see, we can
that's a
re-educate.
beautiful thing.
But to your point, the one
Mhm.
part of that though is this. Yes, all of those things are provided, and I commend in comparison to what we know. Yes, of course.
Mhm.
However, the mindset of you feeling guilty because life still goes on, even though you got the greatest boss, shit still happens. So the greatest boss is going to be just like any other, your job. your wife, husband, family members, whatever, those relationships need to be healthy.
Oh
And
yeah,
so
but
if
she was just
something,
saying
yeah, no, I'm
because
saying in
you know.
general, not necessarily
Mhm.
that. I'm kind of pulling from that purple because it's
Mhm.
like when you when you look at how hard they work to do people wrong,
Yeah,
how much
it's ridiculous.
energy they put in to stopping you from achieving something worthwhile. And everybody, and that's the problem. We have been so generalized and so generalized. We believe that everybody wants the same thing, and it's not true. It's
Nope.
even in how we speak. A dude
Nope.
see one Instagram girl, all of you hoes. Every woman's a hoe. And you're like, okay, sir,
My
come
favorite
on
statement
now.
was bitches ain't money. I was like, exactly because that's what you're dealing with. That's like me saying a dog isn't supposed to bark even though it's a dog. Like, really? So you actually go out and get people that's an issue, and then you're shocked and amazed that they have issues when you get with these people that you pursued that was the issue to begin with.
Yeah, but here's the thing though, Purple. When we talk about connections, right? We say this, okay, for instance, we say this on the internet, you need to be careful, right? Why
Mhm.
do you need to be careful? Because we know that people will take advantage of the fact that you're online. You
Mhm.
can pretend to be anything you want. You could the technology now, if you understand it and you willing to stay on top of it, you can, turn that into an income, whether it's legit or not.
Mhm.
What the reason I say that is because when we look at how the structure is set up when it comes to relationships, when it comes, these things still apply. They apply to all of it. Because what ends up happening is this: how much do you really know about a person, even face to face? You have people who telling stories that their husbands or their wives or whoever, their dad or whatever, had a whole nother life and nobody ever knew until after he passed away. Is he a good guy?
Mhm.
Because he made sure both families had financial security, but was he really a good dad? Because his kids is going to be messed up, all of them. And we know it. We've seen examples. So I guess that's
Mhm.
why I'm like, when we
It
when we
happens in
talk
my
about,
own family.
right, when we see this and we know it really happens, and then we pretend as though we don't, and we pretend as though these things aren't taking place, that's my frustration. I don't
Mhm.
care about celebrities. I don't care about the Illuminati. I don't care about any of that stuff. I really, truly want to discuss how we can make change and help assist other people in breaking that, the mentality, not so much as slavery. It is the mentality of I had to use this, and this is all I've been given. It's almost like we get some of the tools, but we never get all of them. And when we do get close, and then we do get all of them, they change the rules again. So then now you have to not, now you can't go by those direct rules. You're going to have to find another way around. But just like in their own culture, look at how they sheep their own. So what do you think? You think they wasn't using the same tactics? Go back to the 1950s. The different things they was talking about, the videos of the mind control, putting, there's theories and rumors, but unfortunately there are stories where our military and our government has done things to people outright. So these humans are capable of doing it again. Just because it happened one time don't mean it won't happen again. So it's like either we do it, create, move within the chaos so that at least we can help some people, or we just sit back and watch, and maybe eventually somebody will help. And that's the attitude in a lot of ways.
Oh, I agree. That's the attitude. Yeah,
Hmm.
that's right. No
Yeah.
sugarcoat.
Do you
And it,
think? Oh, I'm sorry.
mhm. No, baby, go ahead.
I was gonna ask y'all a question. Do you think there's a lot of people who lack a lot of character?
Purple, I'll let you go with that one.
Repeat the question. I'm sorry.
Do you think there's a lot of people that lot of character? I, uh, because it's so interesting what Chocolate is saying right now about creating within the chaos and going back to go back to our original minds and stuff. I was just asking, do y'all think that there's a lack of character?
Um, it is because at the end of the day, your character is based on what you do when nobody's watching. I don't
Mm,
need everybody to come and kiss my hind part to do what I know I need to do as a grandmother for my family. I intend to leave generational wealth not only for my daughter but for my grandson and for the generations that follow behind them. I'm not waiting or asking permission to do that. I'm still in the process of figuring that out, but I'm doing the work. Because at the end of the day, we are responsible for what we choose to do in our lives. And they try to make it seem like that if it's when there's a lot of things going on and things don't seem financially stable, that's the time where you shouldn't be doing that. That's absolutely the
Mm-hmm.
biggest lie that has ever been told. Do
Mm-hmm.
you know
This
when
is the
most
time
people's
when you
wealth?
should be doing it.
Absolutely. Most
Mm-hmm.
when you're talking about the Rockefellers, when you're
Mm-hmm.
talking about the DuPonts,
Mm-hmm.
these people tended to make their money in a downturn when the
Yes, they
financial
did.
system was at its lowest.
That's it.
Anybody who's wealth minded will tell you that this is
Mm-hmm.
your time to make your money. This is the ideal time to get into things and do what you're going to
Well,
do.
I think
So,
that again to your point, Purple,
mhm,
when we talk about, say, for instance, agriculture, right? People think,
mhm,
oh, it's just farming. Not all, but of course, people think, well, what you gonna do, blah, blah, blah. Well, what's happening is that you have the technology of what, like, for instance, in Sweden, they have robots who do the jobs that normally people from other countries would do for us here with no
mhm.
pay, and they assist those who come in as immigrants so that they can prosper in other ways, instead of, oh, well, you got to work your way from the bottom to the top. That's not even how your life went.
Nope.
It's like all these CEOs that unfortunately our men hold up to some kind of height. uh they all started out with their parents leaving wealth or having enough wealth by the time they were old enough so that they could get into the game. That's why we hear from them. That's why we see them. The media is written around these people. We are forced to look at um, what these people are doing, and they have no talent. They're not doing anything amazing. They're causing chaos. With what? You have the ability to give the whole country free health care, but you want to vote against it because what? You get an extra $500,000 in your campaign?
And you know who I was the most irritated with when that discussion was going on? I
Mm,
literally listened to a black man tell me, "Well, I had to get it the hard way, so you should too." And I was like, "And that's been your problem all along. This
mm,
short-sightedness and wanting everybody to have to get it out of the dirt.
mm.
If I can make it easy for certain, why in the hell wouldn't I make it easy for them? I
What
know
do
what
you
it's like
know?
to.
I have to tell y'all this. I'm so sorry, Purple. Let me tell you this. When I had a moment, right, where I was on a boat in the middle of the Gulf of Mexico, right? The boat had stopped. We just sitting there chilling. It was one of those, you could eat, you could come outside, what type deal. Never done it before. And I'm looking out, and it's just so vast, right? You don't see anything but water. And I think to myself, there is life going on. They don't give a shit about my schedule. They don't care nothing about. Look at these dolphins over here just doing their thing. Why can't I have that? The sun is free. I figured that out. So
How you
use
Oh,
figured
the
that
so
out?
so you right. So use the new technology of solar panels, and guess what happens? You can get some free electricity. Now, do you have to invest? Maybe some people have it hooked up where they be like, I use some foil and I plug it in. People be doing some really Godiver type stuff on YouTube. That stuff be blowing my mind. Now, I don't want to do that. I'd rather do it the more professional way. I want to use the technology along with the old technology of earth building and using um, ways to assist in affordable housing and continue to have greenhouses across the country in food deserts. I want to see it go as big as I can because I'm in the position to do so. And when I say that, not financially, not yet, but mentally, and the ability to commit. That's what I mean when I say that. That I want to commit to seeing it come through and hopefully assist other people along the way. Whether it costs money or time, it's both. It's needed, it's necessary. How do you think they continue to be conglomerates? They help each other, they loan each other money. You
Absolutely.
know what I'm saying? So even on whatever level, it's always the same thing.
Because
You
let's
got the
not
people who
forget,
gonna look out and you got the people who don't. I'm sorry, go
the
ahead,
own-
Purple.
the owner of McDonald's and Burger King used to have lunch together because they recognized that there's a plenty to go around. Poverty
Exactly.
only recognizes a lack mindset. Those who are wealthy, the difference between the poor and the rich is the mindset.
And
That
can
scarcity mindset is indoctrinated
hmm
into the poor for a reason.
and can I just add to that, Purple, that all of all of the things that we are connected to, these are things that can be created and made right here. The comforts, the different things that we want to keep and be able to help other people. And we seem to forget that we can get into the global market. There would be plenty of countries that would want to buy from Black Americans.
Yes.
And that's what I'm saying. I don't want to miss out on that move because then you can
And
stack it and make it pop off. And then if things get hairy, we all can meet up at the bunker and things is going to go down. Bring your kids. We growing food in the ground. You know what I mean? As
yeah,
I
because
used, I
like
go ahead.
one of my favorite content creators right now, she creates her own wine. She does her own
Yeah.
garden. She creates her own loofah sponge.
Yes, I want
Does
to
her
grow
own.
one. Yes.
Yes, girl.
You have to
She
send me
has
the
all types of
link.
fruit and stuff. Yes, I gotta send you. That's my baby, Master Cindy C.
Okay,
Love
I
her.
don't care if you say her name. That's cool with me.
Oh, my apologies. I'm sorry. I should have. My
No,
bad.
I said I don't care.
But yeah,
No,
you
did you
were.
hear me? I said I don't care.
Yeah.
You can say it.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't care.
Yeah.
Um,
I tried
but
to ask you to do
yeah.
things like that, so I
Well, I
appreciate
love it. I love the fact that we have it on here, but it's almost like, has anybody ever defragged a computer before? You
it.
ever
I
done
have.
that? Okay.
Yes. I
So
do
here's
a
the
remediation.
picture, right? So like you see like when you do a check of your C drive, your hard drive,
Mhm.
it'll tell you where all these files, all these programs, everything, and they be like at all over places looks like to Tetris. And
Mhm.
then there's a button that you press that's going to smash all of that together so it runs faster. That's
Mhm.
it. That's it. It's like little black businesses and time and all that. We need another green book. We
Yeah.
need to know who's safe and where to go. There's some dangerous stuff going on, and it's pointing at us too. We're not immune,
Yeah,
whether
'cause
we're doing
like,
it to each other or whether somebody else is doing it to us.
one of the gifts that my father gave my mother was he set her up so that she didn't have to worry about nothing. My mother owns two houses right now because of my father. Plus, she's getting, his retirement check and hers.
Hmm.
So and that's because my mother was really good about the planning and the financial things. And
But can I say this though?
so,
Can I just add this in for you, Purple,
sure.
real quick? Here go my conspiracy moment. Just ride with me real quick. Everything that you just said, right, was
Mhm.
set up in place so that your parents could purchase them. Someone created that. They trusted them. They held up their bargain because the only thing that stops a one human being from changing their mind on another human being is nothing. So
Absolutely.
all of these things connect to create what you're speaking of right now. And
Mhm.
so it can be done, it can be duplicated again. We ain't talking about no rocket science.
Oh, absolutely. Because my uncle he had an electricity business for over 50 years, and he also could do the plans for your house. He also did that as well.
But see, this is what I'm
Plus,
saying.
he
It is
built
the
his own
talented,
house.
right? The talent of the people who are in our lineage. The fact that we have gotten so comfortable, and that is because we've gotten busy. And it's busy because on purpose, busy in school, busy with our kids, busy with our relationships. You need to do this, you need to do that. That's what our society does to keep us busy and continue. Go shop, go do this. You need to go out to dinner. You need to eat this fancy food. Push, push, push. You need to do this. Go on a vacation. Those are all things that it's giving someone else what they need. That's the trade off. Okay, I've invested my time in building a resort. Now I need to get people to come to the resort because I want to make money off of it. But people don't come to the resort. Guess what happened?
Mhm.
It's no different. It's no different than taking a whole bunch of people off the street and training them to be the police because that's what they used to do.
Mhm.
Just pull you off the street. What no test. This is the same country, yo. Like some of them people are still working in the system today. You know what I mean? Like they don't went back to school, baby, but they started back in the 1800s and shit. So it's like,
Absolutely.
and the fact that it would be fun. That's another thing too. People seem to forget that. I'm having fun putting it together. I have had so much fun putting together the
Mhm.
plans for chocolate Earth. I have truly like thrown myself into it, and it has brought me exactly what I needed. Just that bump, that confidence, that refresher, just to kind of get the ball rolling a little bit faster. Because I just feel like not only is it necessary for me to get started, it's because I want to be able to help people who are just like me, like you, Purple,
Oh.
like you, Alma, like you, Serpent. I want to be able to reach back
Wait
because
a minute. Did you just say Emma?
I said, Alma,
That's
what?
that's my grandma's name.
Big,
Emma.
big mama.
Mm-hmm. That's an
Oh,
that's
that's
crazy.
my granny's name.
A black mom.
Wow.
That's what made me stop you. I'm
So
sorry.
small, so
It's
small.
not
No, no,
too.
no, no. Don't
It's not too often
apologize.
you don't. It's not too often
Mm-mm-mm.
you hear that name, Alma.
No. And I'm gonna tell you something. Let me tell you the truth. And I know this is gonna be on replay. See, here's I'm gonna jump into my business pants if you guys don't mind for a second.
We'll think about it. No, I'm just kidding. You know I gotta pick with you.
She
You know I
said,
love
"Come on, girl. What you talking about? I'm that old man in the corner." People don't believe me. I believe I was an old man in my former life. Like, I really do. Like, some old dude that was like, you know, with a
No, I saw
mansion.
something about that earlier.
Was you? Was you talking about that
They were
earlier?
saying that sometimes men can come back as women and women can come back as men.
I think that what it is that the initial spirit of a person,
Mm-hmm.
like for instance, in the Navajo culture, they call that person a two spirit, right? Because, and it's not because we all come here, men, with the feminine and the masculine, or the X, Y, and the YZs. We got all of that, but it comes from each person involved. That hasn't changed, right? But it also too, if we allow a from a child to not be corrupted in any way, in the sense of allow them to learn what they want to learn, teach them the basics, but allow them to learn. I'm not saying let go. I'm saying allow their brains to develop to become their own person. So then when you get to this place of acceptance, that's why you got people lying about who they are, because we're afraid of disappointment. We don't want to be ostracized. But if you just take a person for who they are, and that's why I say human, it's not to be condescending or silly. I say human because that is the most that's the most equal form I can put in place. Yes, there's differences, there are nuances of us. I do believe that it has come to the place that we're gonna have to set all that down if we really want to continue to be a part of this culture, this community, and this country, because no one is checking for us. They're just allowing us to fight each other. Intellectually, not intellectually, we threatening people on YouTube. Where your mom at? That's the first thing you think. Your parents didn't raise you right. But there are just people who want to see the world burn. There are just some people who don't care, and that's fine. See, that this is where I have my frustration as well. I am not pointing my finger at anybody. I'm strictly saying that what it needs to be available in our community to make it better. And then it turns into an infighting because of what? And then when I ask the question, and I think I don't know, were you there? I asked the question, do you think, is it because I'm a woman? Tell me if that's it. This is all men on the panel. Why is it what I'm saying so foreign? Why are you acting like it's so foreign? Like it could never be done. And I never get, no, it's not because you a woman. Okay, then what is it? Well, we agree with you. Well, that ain't enough. That's not what I'm asking for.
Right.
When you trying to be difficult. You just want to be a man. Oh, okay. The deflection. So how do you think we can go about it? Go ahead. I'm sorry, Emma. Go ahead.
Well, at that point or at that moment, did you go in and say, well, actually, your contributions and donations will be appreciated, because that's what we have to these Black men to do, is invest in the
community. If you think I'm gonna fail, at least give it to me. I don't care if you give it to me because you think I'm gonna fail. I still take it and do what I need to do with it. See, that's the thing I'm not afraid to say. But the only way it would fail is if I didn't put in what I'm talking about.
I mean, a couple dollars ain't gonna hurt them. As you see, they got money flying all over the place out here. But at that point, that's when I go in and I would say, well, with that being said, because when you kind of want for somebody or you want something from people, it's a certain way you gotta deliver.
Oh, they don't even give me a chance. You know that. Come on now.
gotta know.
They don't even give me a moment. They jump right on me 5 feet deep. It's almost like, because what I'm saying about building a community, I am pointing a finger at the men I'm talking to. And then I've heard women tell me, I'm not building nothing for them. What happened to the elders in our community that don't have housing? We can't build for them. What about the foster kids? What about the orphans? Is that wrong to stop? Like, there's nobody else to think about except heterosexual men and women in the community? And what your kids shouldn't be doing? What about the handicapped Black folks that don't have enough money to have an assistant, that need housing, that are being pushed out of their communities, that truly don't have one unless you have good insurance? And if you a veteran, oh, get out of here. What they got for them?
Oh, let me say what they got for them. Not a damn thing. You know what happens?
$400. Go ahead, Purple.
Let me tell you what our veterans get. It's gonna be oh so wonderful, okay? What they get is fuckery. They get to be homeless. Stop me when you find a grand prize that you don't like in this situation. They also get to have most of the healthcare if you're going through the military is extremely old and outdated, and God forbid, don't have a mental health problem. Their first solution is to put you in the good old-fashioned vet place, and you're really not getting that much help.
I know you ain't talking about the fantastic. I know you ain't talking about the fantastic
military. And if you're active military, let's not forget, it wasn't that long ago that we had our military families buying their gear for them instead of the U.S. government providing it. That was the thing at one point too. So everybody who
ridiculous. I don't believe this is insane. No, nobody did this.
At the same time,
I'm just playing.
So when you see these veterans out here begging on the streets and people tell you, oh, well, they ain't real because they get benefits. Nigga, no. There's actually a waiting list for our veterans in my area because I'm in a military town. There's not even, the waiting list is so outrageous that it's not even funny anymore, okay?
But this is what I'm saying. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Emma. Go ahead, baby.
Okay. I feel like too at the same time, because I've thought about this, and then this will be different military will be discussed. Like you said, further within the Black community. But what I'm saying is that you're getting paid to be in the military. So what you do with that, that's important. It's very important. But at the same time, when you sign over, you are getting paid to be in the military.
Well, I agree with you on that point. I would like to add, though, that yes, however, they have also advertised, just like any other retail business, and telling these people, these young folks, the benefits. It's just like when men and women signed up for, had to sign up for World War II, Vietnam, the Iraq War. Our veterans came back from Iraq and they had nothing for them. See, these are the things because they make it seem like that you are defending your country and that this is something you should do. I know because I was going to do it myself. My parents forbade me because I wanted to go into the Air Force. But the truth is that that's not what it's about. They get paid to recruit as well. They get money off each head they bring into the military. Yes, they get paid, but they're putting their lives on the line.
And they probably suggest you go in the Air Force because that's a more comfortable,
Well, I wanted to fly. That's why. Yeah. It was a lot more Black people in the Air Force.
The reason why I brought that up is because the mentally ill and the military make up a lot of our homeless population.
Oh yeah, definitely. You've got women and children living in cars right now. And it's like, because I say that I care about these things, why does that bother you? I don't care because it bothers you. These things, there's not someone coming from the sky to help these people. So why can't we help them? If I'm in the image, if this is what you're telling me, because this is what y'all base this on, because you swear this is a Christian country, then why aren't we doing the things that it says in the Bible that we're supposed to be doing? We're supposed to be taking care of the widows. We're supposed to be taking care of the orphans. We're supposed to be taking care of the elderly and the sick. We are supposed to be a community. That is not what is going on. And then you try to tear down the people who buck against you. But if people don't buck against you, then it will take over like a fungus. All of these dudes that are at these top levels are like super character, like villains. They're like something out of a comic book. They want all this money, not because they want to spend it. See, there's the thing. They make all this money just because they want to continue to pass it down so they stay at the top of that mountain. That's it. They don't know what money will be in 100 years. However, if they have enough of whatever's valuable, they'll be able to make it if that switches. That's generational wealth. That if no matter what, whether there's inflation, whether there's not inflation, you and your family are okay. And we trust that those things are going to be there for us, because we also have to remember it could collapse as well. And none of it matters. It has happened. And it's not so much as doomsday, but this is what happens in every country, every change, every evolvement. Something has to break for it to grow, for it to start over, to heal again, I guess. But anyway, oh my gosh, you guys, you have listened to me run my mouth for 3 hours and 45 minutes. I so appreciate y'all popping in and out. Appreciate the panel.
No, we good. Shit. Don't tell me about Andy.
No, I'm not.
Oh.
You make me feel all right. Thank you. You're so funny.
No, I do have a question though.
I'm not trying to. If this is just a break, that's all. I apologize. This is, I guess I kind of do it like how you do a radio break, with just, letting the chat know. I don't know who's in, who's out. For those who stand, thanks a lot. I think I have 2 more slots if anybody want to join the chat. Just hit the link. And I hope you're enjoying the conversation. Thank you, Alma, for being here, Purple Serpent, and we'll keep it popping. All right, y'all can pick a topic now. I'm gonna switch out.
So I got it. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, y'all.
No, I was gonna say, so that's when y'all talk about the military and stuff, and different options that we have, and different ways that we had to make money, and because different ways people are trying to put their foot out there, and yet you're still in the system. It's going to have to be a long plan, like you said, for our children in the future as well, because in planning ahead of time. And that's why I said, the consistency, I believe it will yield results.
Oh yeah, I completely agree with you. You have to have that. And that's why I think for me, I completely understand that, because it's like, okay, no matter what, I want to be consistent in my message. I've said it 50 million times. I'm going to keep saying the same thing because it's the truth. It hasn't changed at all. I do have to make one correction though. The last update, they said it was 34 million people in this country currently that are going to bed hungry or have food insecurity, meaning they cannot afford groceries or the type of groceries necessary to keep them healthy. And within that number, there are 9 million children who are also insecure. And that's just an estimate. It could be way more, but that's where it is right now as of 2020.
I could see ways where and that might just be how he ate, but I know that people can make little food and stuff, especially if they kind of like eat a lot of meat, or they can eat a little bit of meat. But a lot of people, they know how to put together food. Like if they gotta get like
Well, I think if you don't mind, I just
we don't have like where we can get like fresh, like like what you're trying to do, like the fresh stands and stuff. Where I'm at, they have it. Where they have it like on Saturdays when they have the market. But what I was saying was that, for example, a snack would be kind of like bread with, I don't know, was it olive oil, cooked some type of oil, and like a carrot, like in the bread or something, and like little ways that they fill themselves up. And there might be just how different people eat. I don't know, but
ooh, who eat that? That sounds horrible.
well,
Sounds like a horrible meal.
coconut oil,
Coconut oil on a piece of bread and some carrot. Where is this at? We gotta find out.
Spain.
Oh, okay. I missed that part. I apologize. Okay, there you go.
But I'm saying, if people, when you say people can't get fresh, we could also help, like you said, to reach out to people. We could also help people in different little ways, like you know how people
Well,
do stuff
you
with,
know what? Yeah, I completely agree with you. But you know what? I want to take it even further. It don't even have to be little. We can create baskets. We can
you
give
know what
people
I
because it's like,
for, we can help people with different recipes.
right,
Um,
exactly. Yes, yes. I'm with it. Yes, exactly.
national,
Yeah, I
um,
completely agree with you.
because like I said, there's little things I learned, you know, and we could help. Like, because I go online trying to do different stuff with like ramen noodles, for example, but we could do more healthier stuff too. Like, because like you said, I know people use carrots in hot dogs, but I wasn't thinking of it at the time, but it was other stuff that you could eat,
I was just
like,
thrown back by the food choices. I was like, oh no,
you
what? A carrot and some olive oil bread, coconut bread. Oh Lord.
I
But
mean,
I got you.
just saying,
People have eaten worse. I'm just scared. I don't want to get to that place.
so
You know
sorry.
what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. I'm sorry. Let me quit. I'm being silly. Go
No,
ahead, Alma. I'm sorry.
like you said, to get to the root of it, we what they say, you eat to live, you don't live to eat. And the thing is that I have, like I said, deep cultural studies, and also relationships, and where I've learned different things that can help people too. I was just now thinking that could fill people's stomachs up, because some people use rice, they use like you said, the food basket, but we can also be coming from an approach where we're getting, this is something that's coming from the community. So, and just telling people, like anybody who just heard that, if you could get your hands on, just a little something to eat, you know what I mean? Because like you said, it might not be steak and shrimp, but some people don't even eat steak and shrimp. Some people don't eat no type of beef and chicken and stuff like that. So, like I said, like chickpeas, I don't know if they're expensive, but um, like I said, probably rice, different stuff that you can. What else did we use to do? It was because we was doing stuff, you know what I mean? So believe me, it's a change. It's a change. So I'm back eating, steak and shrimp or chicken and shrimp. But if you want to get full, what people eating, coconut milk, stuff you can keep on the shelf. I noticed that different little stuff people, be eating, that you can help out, for now, until we can get the greenhouse and stuff started and get our gardens um, in a healthy way, in a healthy manner.
Sure, I'm glad you said that. You know,
Because some people
shoot.
think, they be like, it's nothing I can eat. But like I said, it's nothing wrong with taking a good advice from different people. Sometimes nobody's touching nobody, nobody's harming nobody. I just figured I'd share that with y'all. Um, and I probably could remember other stuff too. I wrote a whole list down.
So your goal is to want to strive to be more healthier.
No, that was my ex fiance I was talking about. Look, him again.
Oh,
But no, I
well, oh,
literally,
I thought you wanted to try to
yeah,
be more
I
healthier.
literally learned, but I learned stuff in relationship areas because he was an amazing man, and then I learned stuff about how he would, like you said, if they get off the, if he was on the, on the around the block or whatever, they can go pick up little snacks like that, and where,
Oh,
so I just figure, it's just like pizza.
I don't even, to be honest with you, I don't even think being being healthy is really expensive for real, for real. Um, a lot of people say like buying food is expensive, but like when you buy fruits and vegetables, specifically whole foods, I don't. It's not really that expensive for real.
But when you go to other countries, you're more prone to like say you was in Haiti, because I heard her say something about Haiti earlier. You could go get, down at one of the stands or something and get a whole cup of like fresh fruit. I would say it's probably organic almost. I don't know if because how the farms are, but you can go get you could just, that's how they do it. You get a whole thing like fresh fruit, put what, some honey or something on. I can't remember what.
Well, see, that's the cool part. We can utilize what is here. Like, say, for instance, we all have channels, right? So the goal would be, okay, we all need, or I don't know who has 1,000 followers. I know I need 1,000 followers to become monetized. So it's just like that, like how small that would be to be like, okay, we're gonna have a follow club. We bring in certain people, we follow, we help each other, get to those particular things. It happens. Everybody's winning because YouTube is sharing the same audience. And all you got to do is click and watch an advertisement. And because you're creating content, you can make money from it. And there's always somebody that'll watch your content.
I picked up today at one of them. It's where they take coconut and
You
they.
breaking up. You breaking up, Alma.
Yeah, I said I picked up something today. It's where they take some type of coconut and fry it, just like you said, like little stuff you can do to try to eat so everybody can eat.
Well, you know what? Can I add this piece to it? So here you go. So you got the agriculture part, right?
Mhm.
Right. We're talking about the food. So now we're going to talk about the development, because I believe this: the less hands at the table, the more money in our pockets. Feel me? So the more stuff that you can do on your own, that's not overwhelming. Like for instance, if you can now, it would take you all of 10 minutes to create an ebook just on that recipe or that item or cooking that way. You ain't hiring nobody, and this is all free, and this is what's going on right now. Or you could pop out images where you can just type in what you want and fix here and there, you'll be done. That's what I mean by using the technology that is available as well as the old technology. You bring the two together because if they'd have had this piece back then, it'd have been probably more advanced now. Do you know what I'm saying? So we know that. So then we can utilize those pieces. So now, your recipe books is ready. You can start shooting them out on email. You can have them on your thing. You can sell them for $4 for $99. You can do whatever you want to do with them because that's your intellectual property, and you can sell it, and people are buying it. But you're not just in America, all over the world.
And I can also say that I purchased that from.
Wait, you breaking up, baby? What'd you say?
I
Say it
said,
again.
I don't know why my phone is doing that.
It's like you going oh, hey. No, I was just fine.
Weird.
But that's how my brain works. So I apologize. It's just that I do know that that's what I get out of it. That's the enjoyment of being an entrepreneur for me, is figuring out a solution when there hasn't been one there before, or another way to do it that makes you work smarter, not harder. Because everybody's goal is different. What you want to save in your bank account and what she want to save in her bank account, totally different things. Are there people that's going to be similar? Of course. There is a tribe for everybody. But find the one that you can genuinely be yourself.
Hey,
I think that's where people go wrong. They try to fit in where, look, I might look like an
I find it
elegant
weird.
lady, but
Uh,
I am from the hood and I'm all about it. I'm all about barbecuing in the backyard and in the front yard. I'm all about being put the kids in the bedroom so they can go to sleep so we can all eat plates.
Cleveland shit.
You know what I'm saying? So, but I still want to help the world. I still want to help my community. I still want to, meet influential people that can help me help my people more, whether they like me or not. At least these things will be available for my nephews and my sister's kids and my brother's kids and on and on. The same way our counterparts think. What's the difference?
At
Every
least,
other
at
species
least,
think like that.
but at least you know what you're doing. You know, at least you know what you want. Like, there's nothing
Baby,
wrong.
I don't know nothing. I just be talking, and I don't know
but
nothing.
but wait a minute.
I'm a woman. Go ahead. I'm
I'm
sorry.
just saying. I'm
Somebody
just
is
saying.
giving bad feedback really bad right now.
Huh?
Somebody, Mike, was giving really bad feedback just
Is
now.
it mine?
Y'all can hear me well, right?
I was trying
Yeah,
to.
I can hear
I
you.
think it was me.
Okay.
I might have done it.
I think
Maybe.
Oh
Oh.
yeah,
charge.
it's
Is
temporary.
it feedback now?
Yeah, it was.
Uh.
It's a
Okay,
weird.
hold on. I'm a mute.
I don't hear any feedback.
Yeah, I don't hear none.
Okay, now. Can you hear me
I guess
clearly?
because I got
Okay, I hear you
headphones,
clear
I
now.
can
Yeah.
hear it more.
Okay, well go ahead. You got it.
Maybe it jumped
No.
over to her phone from mine.
The energies is out of control,
They-
everybody. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go
No,
ahead.
no, you good, you good. I'm just saying that I don't think there's nothing wrong.
that was
I,
Listen,
I
I'm gonna
just
tell
don't.
you something. Go ahead.
No, I just don't think there's nothing wrong. Being authentic. I think it's lit as fuck to be authentic though. The only thing my issue is when people try to change you who you are. You know what I'm saying? Like
Exactly.
like
Yeah,
the thing
no.
is, why we can't just be ourselves and be true to ourselves? Like, why are you trying to change
Exactly.
me? Like, I'm not changing
Exactly.
nobody, trying to change nobody. I just want you to be yourself. You feel me?
Well, let's be honest. For those of us who just want to be ourselves, we're gonna have to find our own community.
Well, like you said, like our own tribe.
Yeah, that's all that
Yeah.
happens. That's what happens. People evolve. You evolve, and then our minority may become the majority. There may be more people that feel the same way and be like, "Oh yeah, I want to live that way too," and everybody get a piece, and everybody cool, and don't nobody have to oppress another person or
Of
take
course.
advantage or pay them what they're worthless. A human being is a human being. I don't like to think about some little kids in Cambodia making me a sweater. I'll learn how to make my own sweater. I'm okay. And but that's the stuff. But that's the stuff they teach us. Where when did you ever ask in your life, where do my clothes come from? Besides, they come from the store.
Oh shit, our clothes, everything is made over here is made from China for real. You
Which
know,
which they trying to go to war. Did you guys know that the Republicans is trying to say we need to go to war
of
with
course.
Russia, with Mexico, with China, Mexico, Russia. Oh,
Hmm.
definitely Mexico. And I'm like, okay, y'all really don't have anything to stand on. Y'all not doing nothing for your constituents. It's all about the power play. And it's sad because it's at the detriment of other people's lives. See, that's the thing that I think we've been made to be numb to, that these decisions that these people are making are affecting people's lives. People are either living or dying based on these other people's decisions. And who are they other than the titles that they have been given? Who are they? They're just another human being.
I just noticed that a lot of people base their identity on the material things, or the outside world instead of what's internal, what's the substance. Because I noticed that a lot of people lack a lot of substance within themselves. Like they only based their identity on things. What
Well,
would the world say about them externally?
well, well. The thing about it is that's how we've all been conditioned to believe that having things are the representation of where you are in your life. It's just
Mm,
like men in their clothes and their chains, or if a woman is buying dresses or jewelry or the right shoes or whatever, you can tell somebody got some red bottoms and somebody else got some no bottoms. These things have value because we give it value, because we've been taught to give these things value through every form, through our families being already indoctrinated, sharing the same information, going to school, our friends have the same information. And it's constantly pushed because there are people, and I'm not talking about it in the sense of, oh, the Illuminati or nothing like that. There are just people who want to make money off of those particular things about us so that they can buy more power and do more things. And it has no ending to it. You see what I mean? It's never gonna stop. It's not like they gonna stop and go, black people, it's your turn. Go ahead. They're not gonna do that. So we can keep arguing and sitting around looking stupid if we want to.
yeah,
Because
you're
they
right.
don't they don't think they don't think we're gonna do
It's all
anything.
social
They think
conditioning.
we a joke.
Mm-hmm.
They're like, okay, we gave you freedom. Now look at what you're gonna do with it. But here's the part that we also have to be honest about. Yes, true enough. Bad choices have been made, but we cannot negate the fact that you hobbled me before you let me go. It's almost like cutting somebody's Achilles heel and saying run. Now, whether people allow that cut to make or break them, of course, that's up to them. But it has still been provided by another human being, based on class, based on color, based on sex, because of their internal biases. And those are the things that the psychology part, that is not calling yourself, well, I'm not a victim. Yes, you are, because you had no hand in creating this other than building what they wanted you to build. That's it. What other hand did we have in it? They took every idea we had. They still do that. And I think there has been portions of our community who has given up. And as you get the opportunity to see more and do more, you understand as to why, because it's like, you want me to keep running up against this brick wall. Just because it worked for you, it don't mean it's going to work for me. And if I say that, it doesn't mean that I am ungrateful. It's just that, do you know how much work I got to put in to get myself ready to run myself into this wall again?
I'm
And that's
actually glad you
that's
said
the
that though.
empathy. Yeah, that's the empathy that I think we lack in our community, that we forget. It takes a lot for us to get up every day, go out here and be a part of a system that's not built for us. Go ahead,
The
baby.
system no, I said the system never was built for us. I mean, it's just damn. I was gonna mention the situation with the Michael B. Jordan and the Jonathan Major situation.
Yeah, come on. We can talk
I was
about
gonna,
it.
I was gonna say like what really blew my mind was, you have people that feels the type of way for people just being themselves, or because we've been social conditioning. Then top of that, like, why should I want to be in this brick wall? Like you said, like, when I don't want to be part of this brick wall, I want to just do my own thing. You feel me? I don't want to just participate something that I don't want to do. You know what I'm saying? Like, for me, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to hate my own sisters for whatever some dumbass reasons and shit. Like, what the fuck?
Exactly. You have a
Like,
choice.
like you know,
Every woman ain't like that. It's not like we
no, no.
don't
But
have
but
any
my
sense.
belief still the
Right.
same. But look, my belief is it's still the same
I
day.
know
I
I know
believe
what your belief is, Serpent. I
no,
know
no,
you
no,
told
no,
me.
No,
I'm
I was
just
gonna say
playing. Go ahead.
no, I was just gonna say
Cheesy.
I still believe all women still have the I can't even say that word right. All women still have ability to be faithful and loyal. It's just not with the right guy. With the wrong nigga,
Well,
hell no.
let's be honest. Come on, okay? Because let's talk. Because this kind of plays into what you were saying about Michael B. Jordan, right? Let's talk about that. And this is what I mean.
And Jonathan Majors, don't
Right.
forget.
I won't. This ties in. I promise. So let's be honest, okay? When we talk about the hierarchy of the Black community and the women that get chosen, see, that's the goal, right? The goal is to get chosen by a man, get married, have kids. Now, there is a contest that goes with that, and women are pressured to be a part of it because that is the way that they had to survive, and that is a way that still a lot of women believe that they have to survive. And you can take that same formula and we do the same thing with our jobs. We do the same thing with our relationships, where a lot of it is driven, or not, I won't say a large part, but for those who are not comfortable in their own skin, a large part of what they do will be based off societal pressure, meaning your family, meaning your friends, meaning what you feel you should be in life. Compare yourself to the person next door, and then we pretend like we don't do these things, and we do, and then we hold all this stuff in, and we're like turned into a pressure cooker. That's why, well, among Black women, we have like the highest rate of heart attacks. Black men, y'all not, taking care of your bodies because we so focused on other crazy stuff. Your health is necessary, and we need that free time. We need that minimum. But however, we don't. It's almost like we are afraid to truly be. I'm gonna say, be as free as you can within this scenario. To work together as a true community seems to be a scary thought, because I think a lot of people do not, they feel that it would be life or death if we decided to do it. And then when I say, well, there has been over a decade now, several Black cities and communities that are thriving and are in the upper middle class, and no one's bombed them and no one's done anything to them. So it's possible. We can have,
Yeah.
you can have, you can create something affordable, safe, and somewhere where a person can and thrive. And they may not stay there forever. That's not what we're trying to do. We're trying to give people opportunity.
Yeah, create opportunities for them to create, you know what I'm saying? And manifest.
Right. Yeah. Because it's just like, okay, if you had a business serpent, no, you don't look at your business, go, you know what? I really hope that I only have one employee forever and my restaurant is dusty and I only get 5 customers a week. Nobody starts off with that. You want to see what you have envisioned come true. And some people get to do that and have the push and the know-how and also the opportunity and the money to keep pushing and create it, because all those things matter. But back to what I was saying, excuse me, I'm sorry.
No, you're good. You're good.
When we talk about women, when we talk about looks, when we talk about being chosen, we know that there are issues within it. Again, another hierarchy. Who is the most attractive? Who is going to get the highest bidder? What kind of education do you have? Where are you going to be? What kind of man are you marrying that has money? Is he does he provide for you, but he's emotionally horrible? That sadly is more likely than not.
I'm glad you said
that. Then you got, well, is she a big girl? Oh, she pretty. Oh, I can't
you
be
know,
with no.
Wait. Can you hold your thoughts on that?
Yeah.
Because I find it funny for an American culture specifically, the condemn big girls, plus size women, because there's women in African countries that's plus size and they being worshipped ground up. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Well, again, we're basing it off of
Based on, it's just
what
a
you,
social,
what,
it's society
yeah.
we in. But I know, but
Hmm.
I just find it funny how you know what I mean, like the
I
power,
do, and it's
you know what I
always the
mean?
most in shape
Yeah.
person yelling the loudest
I
about
was
plus
gonna
size
mention about the
women.
movie on you remember the movie with Monique, Fat Girls? Remember that
Oh
movie?
yes, I remember
You
when
know
they
what I'm
went to
saying?
Africa. Hmm.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Well, the fact that that we know that our shallow society at the time, because again, we are measuring our beauty to European standards.
Right. Yeah.
So if I am so far, there's no big booty curvy black women in that spectrum, right? They don't
Hmm.
come made like that all the time. It all depends on where you're going. But if you're in those countries, they ain't always made. So they came over here, some of that blood, mixed in, Sally, Jenny be looking kind of thick, down in the South. But anyway, what ends up happening again is just like evolving migration. There's so many keys into it. And it's like we keep pretending as though everybody gets a chance. And that's not true because humans aren't like that. We don't. We can't. We have to judge. We are surviving just like our other species in this world survive. It's like, why would a deer buck you if it's like, oh, it's okay, just go and do what you want to me? No, it's gonna fight for its life. Ain't that what we doing?
I mean, yeah, duh. Yeah.
We're surviving,
I just
whether we
don't.
survive alone or whether we survive with another human or so on and so forth. But I apologize, I digress, like
No, no,
always.
no, no, no. You good with
um
me? I just.
when we
Okay,
talk
I'm sorry.
about, oh no, I'll wrap it up. When we talk about how this plays into relationships, men are pushed by other men, and the majority of the time their mothers or other women, to be like, okay, get the best of the best. And then you have some families who are real, you know what I'm saying, who say, man, she too good for you, you a bum, you need to get it together.
Oh,
There's some that'll speak
that's
up.
me right there.
And then whether you are or not, you know what I'm saying, this is just how they feel. But what I'm saying is, outside of that, it's like we have to stop pretending that men in this country, for generation after generation, have been pushed to believe that all they have to offer us is some money and a 401k. They don't have to come with personality. They don't have to be faithful. They don't have to have character. They don't have to have patience. They don't have to have empathy. We don't teach it. How do we teach it to boys? How do we teach it to young men? We don't. We are socialized as women to be loving and caring caretakers from the time we're little kids. Those toys are made for a particular reason. I got into an argument with a gentleman who told me I was
I was
lying.
gonna. Oh, I'm sorry, my
Go
bad.
ahead.
Go ahead. Go
No,
ahead. No,
don't.
no,
No,
no.
no, no,
Go
no.
ahead.
Go
Finish your.
ahead.
Finish your point. I mean, look. I just think for young boys,
Hmm.
which is okay. Like me, I'm a Gen Z, right? Like
Yeah.
me, for me, I don't show my royal oats. I just find it really stupid for me as a man to show my royal oats. And then here's why for me doing that. If I could tell a young man that's 12 years old right now, I would tell the exact same thing. Don't show your royal oats. Keep that to yourself between you and your woman. If your girl, if the girl cheat on
Right.
you,
You
you know
should
what I'm
be
saying?
allowed to be as intimate. And see, I'm glad
Yeah.
you said that. I'm sorry.
No,
I
cause
promise I'll make it
no,
quick.
no. Go
I
ahead. Go ahead.
My thing has always been, I was I was on a panel once, and these dudes was going at it about black women, what they blah blah blah. And I said, do you guys care about intimacy?
Oh, thank you.
And so you could have bought everybody with a nickel, right? So I'm like, and then the one guy goes, yeah, yeah, we think, no, you don't. So because it's like now everything is contractual. See, that's another thing too.
Well, contractual and transactional too.
Well, it is. I mean, it is
Because,
anyway. It is
you
anyway
know,
because it's a commitment.
I find it funny for a lot of dudes take a woman out, they say a regular girl, but
Hmm.
he's seeing her like she's a sex worker, knowing that she's not a sex worker. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
And
honey, you have to also take. Well, this
yeah,
is what I told you.
that's why I don't I just don't like
It
the
don't feel
majority
right to
being.
you.
It just no, no. It just don't feel right to me. It's just like I could be the example for the Gen Z or the alpha the youth behind you. Like I don't have to tell a young black boy to go out here and be a dog nigga. I don't have to do that. I can tell him that have self control, value, intimacy with you. If your girlfriend cheat on you, you don't have to be a dog nigga. Just take the hurt, take the pain. Everybody go through pain, but heal from that. You know what I'm saying? But when you have a girlfriend, make sure you treat her too. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to do all this.
You going away? Hold on. You cooking,
You
but
know,
then you
I'm just
walked
saying.
away from the
Can you
pot.
hear me?
Yeah,
Can
I
you
can
hear me,
hear
fam?
you. Uh-huh.
I was just saying is that for a young black boy, right? For a young boy, I could tell him that he don't need to sell his royal oats. He could feel confident with himself, that self
I am
confidence.
glad that you said that. Hold on, you guys. I'm a purple. Can you guys take it? I'm gonna be right. I'm gonna be here, but I want to show some stuff. I forget I can show my own stuff, so I'll be right back.
All right.
Keep it going.
No,
Not a problem.
I was just saying is that I could tell a young black boy not to sow his royal oats because it's a good thing to have self control. It's a good thing to be faithful, loyal to your woman. Now, of course, me as a young man, I've been told by a majority of black men that to go out here and just mistreat black women, dog black women. You know what I'm saying? They all told me black women all the same, city, state to state. I heard this shit all my life. You know what I'm saying? But I never fought for that bullshit that the message was giving me. If not, if you see a young man out there who doing some dumb shit, doing some stupid shit, and following these older man's rules and shit like that, then he just lost cause. But you do got young man out there that's really smart, intelligent, will question that shit. It's like, man, what the fuck? This shit don't even sound right. You know what I'm saying? So like, but I would like to think that's why I'm glad I could tell the youth behind me that they don't have to do all that extra shit. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not, to me personally, it's just corny if I hear an older man telling me to go out here and be unfaithful to my woman and go cheat. You know what I'm saying? Now, you know how many times I have been dudes told me I should cheat on my woman. And me and her have a problem in our relationship. You know what I'm saying? I had those advices plenty of times from a lot of dudes, but I never had a woman, specifically a black woman, never told me go cheat on a woman. You know what I'm saying? But from my personal experiences, man, I could tell a young brother, like, man, you don't need to sow your royal oats, bro. Just keep it to yourself. Like, value intimacy, value that. That's really sacred. You feel me? You know, you don't have to share yourself like that. You know what I'm saying? But the thing is, a young brother like me, I get shunned a lot for a lot of majority of black men out there. Not all black men, but we get shunned for this shit
You
for
know what?
having
My sister told me to say, stop correcting yourself. That is the
who.
craziest thing I've ever heard. Of course, it ain't all black men. What we talking about is the majority. And if anybody is a part of that majority, take your feelings somewhere else. Because here we're gonna run it like it's real. It is what it is. There is a majority of black men who are running around causing a mess.
Yeah, I
They
mean,
causing
I
chaos for the
have nothing to
younger men.
say.
They are not making good examples. They being
No, they're not.
hypocritical, and they're leaving black boys with nowhere to go as far as real role models.
And let's
Show
talk
me,
about what
show
they're
me.
doing, Sherry.
Okay, I'm
These
sorry. I'm
are,
supposed to be paused out. All right, I'll be back. Okay, keep going. This is good. I like.
they are the passport bros. They're going over to other countries and thinking they're gonna get these women. Like these men in these other countries are gonna protect their women, and they're getting stuck in these countries or getting kicked out and banned from these countries because
Yeah,
nobody's Bobo the fool.
cause purple, those other countries, other men don't play that shit. You know what
Of
I'm
course
saying?
not. Because
And yeah.
here's the
Mhm.
thing. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut across
No,
you.
no, no. Go ahead. Go ahead.
These men want to benefit from other men who actually took their community seriously and did their job. And now they want to go and take the same degeneracy that they had perpetrated in our community and take it internationally. And these women are not here for it, honey.
You
Now
know
the
what?
women
I'm
and
sorry.
not
Before,
men
let me
neither.
jump in real quick.
Sure.
When you guys were talking about that, I will say this. What's interesting to me is that when we talk about changing and making solutions, there's always, some kind of problem, some kind of, great scenario that's going to stop it all, right? But it's like we have good men out here working hard and they need assistance to be stronger or bigger in what they're trying to do. I will never say that there aren't men out here trying to make endeavors great. I've known some of these men. I've met some of these community men, but they need money. They need investment. And JP Morgan and Wells Fargo and all of these different big banks that's sitting around on all this money, they're not passing that out. They don't care.
I agree with you on that, but I was talking about the ones that he was speaking
Yeah.
of.
No, I was just adding that piece to it that
Mm-hmm.
that we have to remember that. And see, that's what I'm saying. It's almost like when we want to talk about our community, it's like coming to the buffet with only the pots. Like, where's the rest of the ingredients? Where they all pots?
Absolutely.
No, we need. What is this?
Well,
And we can't forget about the other parts of this community. Okay, I'm really.
No, I actually agree because that's why I got like that's why I don't have a lot of male friends because like I said I don't coincide the bullshit like what I'm saying like even that too like I was telling the ladies here before you came back chocolate like I was saying is that majority of my life I had plenty of black men told me to be a dog ass nigga out here, you know what I'm saying. But when it comes to talking to a black woman, I never heard a black woman tell me to be a dog nigga out here. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just saying is that with me personally, like a lot of a lot of young black boys, they really need real role models, not these look up to these niggas that's ain't about shit, ain't contributing to the community, that's being degenerate, mistreating black women, dogging them out. Man, you know what I mean? Young black boys that I know that's been broken, heartbroken, and you be wondering why do young men fight older men and all this type of shit going on? Because you got older men telling young men to some misguided information. You know what I'm saying? Just the simple fact that of course you might see the little portion of minorities of these young dudes out there that's lost cause and listen to these fools. You know what I'm saying? But there's a majority of young dudes out there like, man, I just want to be faithful to my lady. But you get shunned for that shit majority by black men. Not from black women, because black women look at you like, it's like, man, that's a good thing. You know what I'm saying? But it's the thing is, like me, I'm the voice for them. You get what I'm saying? That's why I don't socialize myself with a lot of group of dudes out there that does that shit. I'm like, nah, I'm good. You know what I'm saying? Because I know they're bad examples. Like they like bad fruits. There's bad fruits in every culture. You know what I'm saying? I don't care what race of man are they. But thing is, just like Miss Purple said, the passport bros, they go to other country, they get kicked out because the other country man, they don't play that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on now. Like the thing is, I find it funny because like why can't me as a brother value my woman, respect my woman, regardless what the society say? Because I still to this very day reject what the society told me about my black woman saying, oh, black women the most undesirable woman in the world. But that's a lie. Because you got other races of women trying to be like black women. So what the fuck are you saying? Is she so undesirable? But you know what I'm saying? But the thing is, why should should degrade my woman though? Like that don't make no sense. That's why I don't listen to a lot of music like I used to, when they talk about degrading women and all this type of stuff. Like, man, this shit sounds sick as hell. Like this shit's sick. You know what I'm saying?
Well, all it is another form of oppression, love.
Mm-hmm.
When you don't have go ahead. I'm sorry. No, go ahead. I'm supposed to be doing something else anyway. Okay, better.
It's not only that, it's a form of jealousy. They're telling you things because they don't want you to have what they can't get, for one thing.
Mm-hmm.
Because first of all, let's talk about the long-term health consequences of just sowing your seed everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
The end game of that is erectile dysfunction. Because if you're constantly just spitting your seed out constantly, what they're not saying to young men is that just like we have a certain amount of eggs and stuff, overusage of anything is never a good thing. So that's where these long-term health consequences come in. Not to mention all the potentials of getting um, different things that can't be cured. Even if you're wearing protection, there nothing is 100% that's man-made. Point blank. Period. So,
Mm-hmm.
not to mention, like you were talking about, they don't like the idea that you're sitting up there and you actually have somebody invested in you. They see it as weak because their masculinity is extremely fragile. That's why they're trying to sit up there and to control you because you're dealing with a group of men who who hasn't been in control of anything. So they're trying to get control of things because they don't have control in their life, so they want to control other people's lives. Just like this whole thing, well, I can't wait for the winter to come. Sweetie, the winter has always been here for us. So what's your point? You haven't done anything by choice because, first of all, I have a daughter that's around, I think, she's considered Gen Z. She has a boyfriend that she's been with for the longest time, and she has a child with him. My grandson gets to wake up with his father every freaking day. As a matter of fact, he be on his daddy's heels. I get so sick of watching those two. But the ish that the older generation is on, I see issues with your generation, but I also see a sector of your generation that's handling their business and actually want families and is willing to settle down and to stick it out for the long haul, like you.
But they want to do it right. They don't want to rush into it. They want to have some type of, these kids are in debt, their parents is in debt, because a lot of the Gen Zs, millennials are their parents who don't went to college, now they in debt. They can't help their kids do nothing. They barely holding on to what they got.
Yeah, I mean, like you're actually right, chocolate and purple. Like in my generation, we hustling hard for real. Like there's a lot of hustlers in our generation. Like we going in on, you know what I'm saying? Like, cause you got a lot of
Well, you used that opportunity. Y'all got online. Y'all did
of
these
course,
different
and we
things.
took advantage of it.
Exactly. You
Yeah,
took advantage of what was
just like
created. By
just
the
like back
way,
in the day when you was growing up, just take
right.
advantage of the libraries and stuff.
Exactly.
We doing the exact
Somebody
same thing.
died. This is what
Yeah.
blows my mind. There was a person who felt it necessary to take another person's life because they wanted to build a library.
What?
So you think these people are any better than listen, this is what we dealing with.
Yeah, you right. It's just like football players. Like you probably heard a nigga about to get out the hood because he got a full scholarship and about to make it to the NFL, and he get shot just because he's about to get out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, just the
Like,
hatred alone. Because again, so just to flip it really quickly, it's like what you guys when we were talking about was that these unrealistic expectations, and due to the fact that opportunities weren't created, this is why we started relying on um basketball and movies and music and things like that, that artistry started to build wealth and put money into black communities because that was the only places we could go. They didn't mind us entertaining them. They still don't. But there's still always a line that can't be crossed because we are not completely looked at as equal. And I don't think that ever will be the case. Individually, yes, you'll run a group, across groups who respect and know what to do. But it's just like if you have an issue, there's black people who have issues with the Latino community. They avoid them like the plague. So, I mean, those individual choices, that's fine. But we're talking about the silent majority and the loud minority of our community. And the loud minority is saying things that parts of the silent majority are listening to, or it would be squelched already. We know what human beings can do if they really don't want something around. And here's the thing that's scary, and no shade to you as a black man or my brother. My issue with me is with this recruitment, because I'm just gonna keep it all the way live. And some people are probably gonna be bothered or make a comment. Cool, please put me in the algorithm. But no, I believe that a lot of our black men that feel this way, they also have a lean in the political stage as well, which is leaning more toward the conservative areas. They seem to have the same ideals that these older conservatives have been pushing for years, these evangelicals. This setup is biblical. It has nothing to do with true benefit to the society. I'll give you an example. Texas is now giving you money to stay together and have children. And if you have up to 4 children, they will pay you, I think it's up to $10,000 a year.
I'm not too sure on that, sis, to be honest with you.
No, I'm just saying, I'm not asking, I apologize.
Oh, you good? No.
You can, the reason I even bring it up is because pull back the veil and you see what's going on. They don't care what we doing. They don't care whether we have more kids or not. Come on, y'all. For real. You believe it?
But
that's don't care that much.
But see,
it ain't about us.
But sis, here's the thing. That's why I have to disagree with that mindset, that mentality of that conservative mentality you talk about.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Because that's not really beneficial for real, it's really not beneficial. You know what I'm saying? Because the one thing I really don't like I said earlier, about dudes, right? Follow mentality, wanting to think for themselves. And we've been taught not to think for ourselves, right? We're being indoctrinated. The thing is, why should I want to have a relation like this, and that, and this stupid ideology when it's not really that beneficial? It's not really healthy. It's not coming from a place of a genuinity. You know what I'm saying?
Comfort is hard to break, love.
Yeah, you're right. But comfort, I'm just saying, though.
Change and comfort. Think about these. Let me ask you a question.
What's
it's
up?
Just like if you have your vehicle, right? That's your car, right?
Yeah.
One day you wake up, now it's paid for, it's taken care of, you got everything, your bells and whistles. One day your car's gone. The next day they say, okay, well, you can get your car back, but you got to drive this old Honda Accord with no seats except for the driver's seat. And you got to take it to work with you for 30 days, and then you get your car back. You're not going to be going for that. You exactly. You don't want to know what the hell's going on. How did this even happen? Who's in charge of this? Because of the type of mind, the person you are. But there are some people in this world who will do exactly what they're told. And those in certain power plays know that that's true about human beings if you catch the right ones. This is why you have stories that are similar, because when these experiences are the same, because we were all put in the same situation. We might have dealt with it a little bit differently here or there. However, that's why all Black people can get together and have the same scenario or memory, or go, oh yeah, my parents did that too. Same with white kids, same with Hispanics, same with whoever. We all can have those conversations, because again, humans are similar, but we're different, like fingerprints. Each of us have our own. Now we pull from one another, of course. That's the point. The energy has to flow. It never breaks. So maybe me being around Alma, I'll pick up her energy. And then when I'm around her, I'm picking up Purple. And then when Purple gone, I'm picking up yours and you picking up mine. But I've also gained all 3 of y'all's too.
Well, energy is transferable.
That's it. That's it. No conspiracy theory at all. That's it. So why not take that energy and create something great? Because we've been told we shouldn't. We should conform. We should keep your energy to a minimum. Don't be doing too much. I know everybody done heard that growing up.
See, but the thing is, my issue is that like I don't like conformity. You feel me? Like that's like I don't like. That's why I reject the American culture as as a whole because this is not my culture and shit. Like I don't even believe everything I was taught within this country, this social conditioning. This ain't our normal thinking. This is not our thinking. This is not coming from us. You feel me? So since I'm aware of that, the thing is, I'm not conforming. Like I don't care what the society said about me, but shit, I ain't conforming. Shit, they might as well kill me for that shit. But at least I'm not willing to conform because I rather have my own individual mind, my own individual thoughts. You know what I'm saying? But the thing is,
And
even
that's your right. As a human being, that's your right, sir. That
of
you get
course,
to wake up every day and make your own decisions. Whoever you believe in, whatever God you call on, you have every right as a human being to be left alone to do what you need to do, as long as you ain't hurting nobody, as
right?
long
I
as you
mean,
ain't taking from
yeah,
nobody. But sometimes that don't even matter either, because some it depending on how much you taking and how much money you got, you can get away with that too.
get away with anything. but I mean, but but look, chocolate. It's like it's like this though. Like, see me, I'm not in a rush on anything or anybody's on a rush. Well, I can't speak for other people. I can only speak for me. Thing is, I can't speak for other people out there. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? I can only speak for myself, for my own
Servant, can I
experiences.
ask you a question? What's wrong with speaking for other people? I'm speaking for other people. When I
For
talk
me,
about the poor
when I say I
people,
don't speak for other people, I don't know their individual lives like that. You get what I'm
but
saying?
this is what I was saying to you earlier. I think we again we to wrap ourselves up in these titles. It is the loud minority
Mm.
that is causing the problem, but it's the silent majority that's listening. So it's up to people like us to talk to the silent majority, because they are the ones that are teetering on whether I should believe this or not. There was a time in this country where it was okay to harm your children and your wife without repercussion,
Yeah.
until women lost their lives, women were disfigured, blah 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 blah, and they had to stay because who wanted them then? Then if there were kids involved. So there was times in this society that we all know that there was oppression constantly going on, even to this day. This is why they were in such a rush to reverse Roe versus Wade.
Well, I'm gonna be honest with you, chocolate. I don't think I would make it back in the day for real. For real, we was living them times.
None of
I
us
mean,
would. None of us. Listen, I'm running away. What is you
yeah, me
talking
too. I'm on the way
about?
with you,
There is
brother.
no negotiation. I'm swimming in the swamp with the alligators before I have to do that. There is no plan. I'm just gonna be running my feet, gonna be bleeding the whole nine. I no, there's not gonna be no history story about me other than the fact that I got away. Cause ain't no, please. I can't deal with that. I don't even like bugs. And that's
No,
what
I
be
feel
going
you.
on my mind. These dudes out here be talking like they really was there.
That's
Like they
all. I'm
really
glad you
know.
said that. You
Like
read my
they really
mind,
know.
chocolate.
Stop. You wasn't there, you don't know.
That's what, like, man. Look, I had the one thing that really. Can I ask you this question?
Go ahead, babe.
Do you find it really? I don't want to use the word gay, but effeminate. Do you find it really funny or iffy if a dude that's really misogynistic as hell? From my perspective, I'm gonna just tell you from my perspective. I just find it really weird for a dude to be misogynistic towards the opposite sex, if you ask me. But do you feel off, like iffy of that energy?
Yes. You know, um, I'll say this, because I have dealt with that type of energy on and off in my life, even within my
Mm,
relationships. It's the same thing. It's like, okay, I am going to compare men to cars. Please don't come after me, Peter. So look, when I talk about men in general, or the majority of them, however, of course I haven't dated all of them. No way. However, there are also my experiences, the experiences that I have shared with other people, things that have been seen that is actual footage of people acting this way. I have put together my perspective of what this is. So it's like, for instance, I find it interesting. And when I say, who's that? Who that back there? Is that me?
No,
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think it might be. Did you got your phone on the
Is
charger?
it me? Can you hear me?
Might need to charge up.
Who, my phone?
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to switch in my computer. So I'll mute up. You guys talk. I'm gonna switch. I'm switching. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So what were you saying? Serpent?
Mhm.
Serpent, you there?
can you hear me? I
Yeah.
want
Yeah,
to
I
make
can
sure
hear
y'all
you
can
now.
hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, so what I was saying is that um I was saying is that about the misogynistic mentality. From my perspective, I ain't gonna lie to y'all ladies. I thought that dudes who's misogynistic, I thought it was gay. I'm not talking about gay, the guys who are gay who's probably gay. I ain't talking about them because I salute them. You know what I'm saying? I just thought seeing a quote unquote heterosexual dude who have a misogynistic mentality towards women, I thought that was really iffy, like off. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Because how can you how you a quote unquote heterosexual man, but you hate women? It just doesn't click for me. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I'm just speaking my mind on that. I'm just
I
having a
know
common
exactly what
sense.
you're talking about. One of
Yeah.
my other favorite creators on TikTok was talking about the very thing. He's a married man, and he said, I noticed that a lot of you men don't like women for real. He was like, y'all, he was like, you're sexually attracted to them, but you don't like them.
Yeah, yeah. I
And that's the
no, I
truth.
actually agree. No, that's the truth. No, no, that's the cold hard truth. Like a
Mhm.
lot of, I told my cousin that the other day when she came in my house. I said I don't think a lot of men like women. Like I generally feel this way,
Mhm.
because yes, a lot of men out there are sexually attracted to them, but outside of it,
But that's it.
nah,
That's it.
they don't like women. Nah. And to me, if you ask me on a deeper level, I just think that's iffy for me. That's just too off. Nah, I don't trust that type of nature. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, 'cause there's a lot of men that are feeling the same way that you are and say, yo, dude, uh, the only reason that you're hetero is because you're afraid of the consequences of being who you really are. Because they feel like, you really want to be with a man, but since it's not socially acceptable, you
Hmm.
were, and you feel uncomfortable with the idea of actually liking a man, then you're still attracted to women, but you don't like them at all. You really want the companionship of a man, but you're attracted to women,
Well, yeah,
but you
that's
don't like
that's
women.
what I don't know. You remember the show called Boondocks? You remember that
Yes,
show?
I love Boondocks.
Do you
Yes,
remember? You remember that episode when he's the Magnificent was like homie over hoes?
yes,
I feel yeah, they got that mentality. Like I found it really weird seeing a group of men in the music video with a bunch of men, but there's no woman, or you see a group of men at the VIP section of the club or something, but there's no woman there. It's just to a point now. I'm starting questioning a lot of men's nature, if that makes sense to you. Like I'm
it makes
questioning.
absolute perfect sense because the same
Yeah,
way you are bewildered, this man who was married was bewildered because he was like, my wife is my best friend. He was like, I actually enjoy being with her. I enjoy her company.
oh, where's she been? Emma, you here?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm still here.
Okay, she chocolate. Purple drop. I don't know what happened, but I think
Mhm.
she coming back. But yeah, that's my thoughts on that. Emma, I'm waiting for purple to come back. Um, but yeah, I just find it really weird for a dude attacking women. Or just for the sake of arguing, I had a lot of dudes attack me for saying I trust woman's intuition. Guess what they told me, Alma?
Mm-hmm.
I told the guys I trust a woman's intuition, and you know what the first thing they say? What about man's instinct?
What about what?
About man's instinct.
I mean, two things can be true. I mean,
No. You ain't heard me clearly.
You did back into the
You in the tunnel?
yeah again.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All right. Oh, chocolate. Purple. Check purple's background because I don't know. She dropped, but she dropped.
Yeah, I saw her that she dropped. I'm still here. I'm moving into my computer. I can bring her back up once she pop up.
All right, no problem. No, I was just saying is that a lot of men are sexually attracted to a lot of women, but outside of that, they don't like women. That's what I'm saying. When I was talking about I trust a woman's intuition, a lot of dudes attack me for that. So if I tell a woman that she's beautiful, you got a lot of black men would say, "What about black men?" Like what? You know what I'm saying? So it's weird. It's off. It's iffy. You know what I'm saying?
I don't need a whole lot more convincing me myself, but if people want to keep on going over there and trying to convince themselves, of whatever they want to convince themselves of, and sometimes people just want to go to get entertained over there to hear that kind of talk, and the back and forth and all of that. And
well, I'm glad you said that. Alma, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Well, no, go ahead, Purple. Since you're here, Purple, I was going to wait for your thoughts on that, Purple.
That was Purple, popcornologist. So, yeah, and but like you said, being that if you do happen to drop by over there or happen to get into it with someone, back and forth, I think, you know what, even Kanye had it on his album. It's like when you say, oh, if people like this and that, like F what they like and F what they talking about. I mean, if like I said, it's nothing wrong with going over to, get a little laugh or a giggle, but
well, like you said, it's all entertainment and BS over
there. Then yeah, because like if you gotta keep explaining yourself, that should be a signal right there that might not be.
Wait, say that one more time.
I said, because if you have to keep if the goal is to get people, in a comfortable place or get people together or married or whatever, if you had to keep explaining yourself and you have to keep on going back and forth, that might not be the situation for you. You gotta move on to the next. But I know it's hard. It's easy for me to say now that I've gotten through certain things. But you always hear people say that. Well, on to the next, or you would hear people remember that thing. And but it's true. You know what I mean? It's true. It is on to the next because at the end of the day, clearly nobody's stopping the show for you. So that's how I feel about talking to, certain people in these spaces, because especially when you see people who are really trying to do something for the Black community and also for humanity, then
I'm sorry, can you guys hear me okay?
Mm-hmm.
Is it clear?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, it's clear.
And so then you look at things differently, And also, when you get into a certain space, you stop looking at other Black people, and if it means Black women or Black men, through those jaundiced eyes,
I
And
like that you said jaundice.
right, I got that from
That's
the book
awesome.
Medical Apartheid. But she said that we see each other in the jaundiced eyes, which means that we can foresee that dealing with another Black person, you like, oh, that's gonna be a problem. And we want to change that. And if that means, and that goes for me too, if that means changing those things through our behaviors, and also maybe certain sacrifices that we have to make this turnaround. Because it's not to the point where other people is saying, oh, here come Black people. It's to the point where we're saying that to each other. And I know it's something that's went on.
But you're right, it's pretty bad. It's gotten to the place though that it's just too much. I mean, we can't continue to sit. Whoever may be a part of it, because there's different people being a part of it on every single level. And that is what, should be respected. But it's not, and that's okay. Because again, like I said, and I'll keep saying, being positive isn't popular, it never was. So now it's time to figure out, who we want to be and how we want to leave this legacy. And if that is seriously what we want, to leave a legacy for our people and our children, our families, to be a part of something bigger than just this small square that we're all supposed to fit in. That all Black people are supposed to do the same thing. When we have so many different communities that are in desperate need of assistance, and we know that the companies that are running the show don't care about any of that. They don't care.
In the Black community, it's like we care. And like you said, we're trying to create spaces you can go, but at the same time, we have a large value.
Mm-hmm.
And that's like I said, how people say, thanks for letting me come up on a platform. But
no, that's what I'm saying. I'm talking about like these companies that utilize us and use our products or put us in the limelight, not Black people as a whole. I would never say they don't care. I think that what it is they're despondent, which I completely understand. Everybody, you know what I'm saying? Huh?
Same thing with anybody. Like you said, we only have a certain amount of hospitals, even with the hospitals that we go to now.
Mm-hmm.
You see the stories that's coming out of there, and we only have a certain amount of people to handle things. Meanwhile, you're sitting on the computer. You're sitting on the computer. You understand what I'm saying? So
yeah.
And
good night, Serpent. Thank you for coming in. Thank you for hanging out. It was so much fun. We'll go do it again. I'm trying to become more consistent with doing the live. So thank you for coming through. Appreciate you.
Well,
good night.
To make it short, we have, and so that's why I say, like, when I talk about these conversations, what Serpent was talking about, where I say it's getting out of hand, it's not like we're saying people can't talk about stuff, but at a certain point, once we've heard your case, to move on to help other people.
Mm-hmm. Let's go ahead. Let's get it going. So for those who come in, I cannot believe I'm doing a 5-hour live. I appreciate y'all so much. It's been a great conversation. I'm not, it's just me and Alma. I don't know how long she's staying awake because we've been at it, and I love the conversation. I did want to just share what I was talking about and what I have been working on. Hold on, let me do this real quick. Share my screen. Okay, don't show again. I know how to do that. Okay, here we go. So, okay, share. Okay, let me add this. Okay. Add it, right? Okay, wait, hold on. I apologize. I don't know why. Can you guys see anything? No. Hold on.
Not yet.
Mm-hmm. Hold on real quick. Come on. Is it because I am? Hold on. It says stop sharing. Stop sharing. View, tab, and stream. Okay, so mute. Okay, go ahead. Why ain't it going up there? Hold on real quick.
Chrome tab.
Girl, you know. Oh, here we go. Okay, got it. All right, cool. All right, so you guys can see my screen. These are um, the coloring books I have been working on. You can get them in paperback, and you can also get them in ebook. Meaning, right now they're $1.99 because you can utilize the pictures, and these are actual, really beautiful coloring books. I'm so excited. One of a kind. Nobody else has these but me. So, which is
Yeah,
really kind of cool.
I
So,
mine. So I gotta get you.
I just wanted to show you. So, we're trying different things. This is the part that I do love to do as well, is create. You can go to. I'm gonna go to it right now. The website is up. The last thing, we're gonna add a mailing list if you want to be a part of it. Um, because I'm in the background trying to get my choo choo game on, trying to get that. So I would appreciate any. We gotta work together, family.
Mm.
So
I
that we
gotta get.
can go ahead.
I know I gotta come through and get mine. I had told my sister about it because I remember I told you about my niece because she likes to
Yeah.
do,
Right.
and
You were
she was.
telling me. Yeah.
Mhm.
No,
Yeah.
go ahead. It was a delay.
No, yeah, I told her about them, so I gotta get mine as soon as possible.
Yeah.
Definitely.
They're
I,
here.
hmm.
They're here. Listen, I appreciate any support. It's not all um monetary. It can't all be the monetary. I mean, people actually have to believe in what you're trying to do as well. So I don't take that for granted. Corny or not, I don't care what nobody thinks. That's just how I feel. So you can come to chocolate to navigate. Not too much. I'm not trying to be too flashy, but here are all to apologize. This is me. It should load faster for you. I got too much stuff going on my computer, but definitely check out the videos. Why you can invest into Chocolate Earth, and just what my goal is, which is to feed people. Um, these different things are taking place, and they're not changing. And as we go deeper into inflation and changes and things like that, these are things I'm concerned about, and I definitely want to bring a solution to it. So that's it. Help us grow. You can follow me the gram, YouTubes, and TikToks. I'm goofy, but I'm about really, getting my people together. Those who, feel the way that I do. They just need a hand to get things moving in their life. You can also check out the About page. Showing too much neck, but you can, learn a little all means. Come on through. So I'm gonna stop sharing here. I'm gonna drop my link And if you catch the replay, I appreciate it for you even listening and watching. Um, is there anything else you wanted to say?
No, it was a great time. Great time.
Oh, I'm glad.
And
I'm glad that you did.
okay. So hopefully we'll get to link up again later and talk about
Yeah,
some other.
we can link up later today. Yeah, hit me up on Instagram. I'm probably gonna try to get me some sleep, but I didn't want to not be here, and I'm glad. I'm glad everybody showed up, and thank you for the support. But I'll talk to you
Yeah.
ladies soon. I'll talk to y'all. Good night.
All right. Good night.
Good night. Again, thank you guys. I appreciate you. Much love to everybody. Conversation was fantastic. Love it. Let's do it again. Um, if I have some time, maybe I could squeeze in a Saturday. I don't know. Might jump on a panel tomorrow night. But yeah, thank you again. You know what we're gonna do? Let me try Zoom. Because I think that's a lot better. We'll try Zoom next time. But thank you, Purple Serpent. Good night, everybody that came through. Appreciate y'all. Stay blessed. Let's change the world little by little. Good night.